ball that flies in crazy ways. Whack it, Balzac it. The Balzac balloon goes in a sack. Blow it up, give Balzac a whack. Whack it, Balzac it. Ask for coins, a little H2O. I wiggle and a wobble, baby, watch me go. And here's my little buddy, the Balzac brat, and my newest pal, Monster Balzac. Twice as big, twice as fat. Whack it, Balzac it. Whack it, Balzac it.
قصة حلوة قوي، بس بعد ما تصلى على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. كان في واحد مسلم بجوار واحد يهودي. فالمسلم كان يرى من اليهودي ده يعني شيء من الطيبة ولو كانت بسيطة، فكان نفسه بأي طريقة ان هو يبتكر طريقة يخليه يسلم بيها. فراح كلمه وقال له: يا فلان، يعني أليس لك حاجة في الإسلام؟ أنت ما نفسكش تسلم؟ قال: والله ما يمنعني من الإسلام إلا أني أحب شرب الخمر. أنا فعلا نفسي أسلم من زمان، بس أنا الحاجة الوحيدة اللي منعاني إن أنا مدمن خمر. فالمسلم ابتكر له طريقة، قال له: خلاص أسلم واشرب الخمر براحتك. طبعا المسلم مش قصده كده طبعا، فقال له: أسلم واشرب الخمر. قال له: خلاص ماشي. فاليهودي قال: أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمدا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. فقال له المسلم: الآن أصبحت مسلما، فإن شربت الخمر طبقنا عليك حد الخمر، وإن ارتدت عن دين الله قتلناك. فثبت الرجل على دينه ولم يشرب الخمر أبدا بعد ذلك. ودي كانت حيلة جميلة من هذا المسلم الفاضل.
The thing that sets the Americans apart from the rest of the cultures in the world is we're so fucking stupid. This country's been around for a couple of hundred years and we think we're hot shit. And we don't even realize that other countries have thousands of years of history and culture, and they're proud of it. And when we deal on an international level, you know, with foreign policy and stuff like that, and we try and go in as, you know, a big American strong country and all that stuff, they must laugh up their sleeves at us because we are nothing. We are culturally nothing. We mean nothing. We're only interested in the bottom line. You know, every other country has their own art, their own music, their own theater, their own drama, their folk dances, folk songs, folklore, and it means something to them, and they're proud of it, and that's their ethnic heritage. We have Levi's, we have designer jeans, we have hamburgers, we have Coca-Cola, we have REO Speedwagon, we have Journey, we have this one, we have that one, and then we go out there and we say, yeah, but we also have neutron bombs and poison gas, so maybe that makes up for it. I mean, it's really kind of sad when you evaluate it that way. And I think that a country that doesn't do something to sustain its culture, whatever it is, doesn't invest in it, doesn't keep it happening, isn't proud of it, maybe they just shouldn't exist. Because it's the culture and the beautiful things that a society produces, those are the things that should survive for thousands of years, not the designer jeans.
Because if you look at the waste and abuse that has run through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do.
Meanwhile,
this is what the beginning of dictatorship looks like.
If Doge attacks USAID today, then you can be sure they'll move on to another target tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the Postal Service or the IRS.
what did you say?
Now that's a good idea. Like the sound of that.
above all else, the time has come for us to renew our faith in ourselves and in America. In recent years, that faith has been challenged. Our children have been taught to be ashamed of their country, ashamed of their parents, ashamed of America's record at home and in its role in the world. At every turn, we have been beset by those who find everything wrong with America and little that is right. But I am confident that this will not be the judgment of history on these remarkable times in which we are privileged to live.
Well, good evening. Welcome. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Don't answer that. That's a rhetorical question. But it's good to see you all. We've got all of the Moo crew here. Let me say hello to a few people. What's up, Starving Autist, James Campisi, Manu P. Fletch, Tech Mist, Corey Flockstra. Hello, Apple Eater. We've got Nil, we've got Roots, we've got Ja411, we've got Shrapnel. Welcome, everybody. Are you seeing this? Madness, chaos in the streets. What did I tell you? Cats and dogs living together in matrimony, in harmony. All because they took away the foreign aid. They're out there screaming about the foreign aid like AIDS! 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 They took away our AIDS. Isn't that funny that was the first thing that they went after? And it's causing this many people to lose their fucking minds. Wow. Suspicious. I think there might be more to this. What did I tell you? Foreign aid. Mad Max told you. Foreign aid. Not the kind that Juicebergs myopically focus on that goes to Israel. No. We're talking about all of the other aids. But look, I don't want to get it twisted because we do have a sponsor around here.
And now, for antiseptic throat aids, here's Ed, who's an authority on three-way action.
Well, actually,
So we've got a lot to cover tonight. We're going to talk about AIDS. We're going to talk about Gaza. I'm going to tell you a love story for the ages. You're going to love it. We're going to talk about, it's going to be about slurs. And we're going to talk about slurs and slurish Zizians and all kinds of weird stuff. But as I mentioned, this show does in fact have a sponsor. Let me ask you a question.
Why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
That's right, without making you jittery.
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
So that's buymeanaids.com/mooseheaven.
AIDS contains one of the most effective appetite suppressants you can buy, and AIDS contains no stimulant.
So why don't you let AIDS help you lose weight and keep it off?
AIDS helps you stay the way you want to be.
That's right. Sponsor of this show.
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
The kind that won't make you jittery, but will help you lose weight. for more information at Roots Calhoun. What's up, Roots Calhoun? Good to see you. That's right, buymeanaids.com/mooseheaven. Buy those AIDS now. Supplies are limited. I will play a dumb video for you, probably involving Monique Gabrielle, and listen. Last week, I was talking about the intro to the cinematic masterpiece, Evil Tunes. And I felt like some of you didn't believe me. I feel like some of you in the chat may be doubting Thomas's. I think that some of you might have doubted my description of the first literally 10 seconds of the cinematic masterpiece that known as Evil Tunes. Now, for those of you doubting Thomases out there, anoint thy heads with oil. And I want to pose a simple question to you.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
No, not that question. But that is buymeanaids.com/mooseheaven. No, I have another question for you. I want you to role play, not in the weird way, with me for a minute. Think about it. You're David Carradine. You're Kung Fu legend David Carradine. You are Kung Fu legend David Carradine. And I ask you a simple question. Not what would Jesus do, but what would David Carradine do? What would David Carradine do? If he were to, I don't know, let's just say hypothetically, in the first 10 seconds of this movie, walk into a dirty garage and see a noose hanging from the rafters. If you were David Carradine, what would you do?
Well, now I've seen everything.
I feel like some of you may have doubted me. In my depiction, in my synopsis, if you will, of the first literally 10 seconds of the cinematic masterpiece known as Evil Tunes. And therefore, I'm giving you a freebie tonight. And I ask you to ask yourselves, to put yourselves, not in the shoes, but in the noose of David Carradine. What would you do? Oh no, David Carradine, no! Yeah, I want me some of that. That's what David Carradine's into, guys. Oh yeah, give me some of that rope. Turns out you don't need the 5-finger punch of death, heart exploding technique to kill David Carradine.
You lose.
I never knew you were one to jump to conclusions.
I told you, I fucking told you, and you doubting Thomases who doubted me. No, literally the first 10 seconds of the cinematic masterpiece known as Evil Tunes, starring the one and only Monique Gabrielle. That's right. The first 10 seconds of the film, David Carradine walks into a dirty garage. He sees a noose. He says, "I want me some of that." And proceeds to put his head through the noose because that's what David Carradine would do. But we've got to get on with things. We've got a lot to cover tonight. Do you remember? Does anybody remember? I know it was just a few weeks ago, but you remember Pastor Marcy Darcy? Remember Pastor Marcy Darcy, who was pleading with Trump to consider, blessed are the leaf blowers. Blessed are they who blow the leaves from the yards into the streets, just into the streets, for they single-handedly keep alive the tacky and the Modelo industries. Blessed are they. Do you remember Pastor Marcy Darcy? Well, wow, that would be ironic and funny and weird if she was taking money from a non-governmental agency helping refugees. That would be ironic, right?
Speaking of charity beginning at home, remember when Donald Trump, after his inauguration, went to a national prayer service at an Episcopalian church and the bishop, Marion Budd, gave him this treatment?
The people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
Yes, remember that. And the faces of Trump and Melania and J.D. Vance as they listen to all this go on, and she goes on about how transgender people are fearing for their lives now in Trump's America, was all quite odd. And you'll remember that Trump responded afterwards. He said the so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal immigrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It is a giant crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. Well, they certainly owe the public an apology, but I think they also owe the public a fair deal of thanks, because we now know why she went so hard on Donald Trump in that sermon. It's because her church made $53 million out of the Biden administration to resettle migrants in America. Under programs that
so that made so you're advocating for bringing in migrants, and then you're making money off of a non-governmental agency. It probably makes more money the more migrants. It's a giant migrant pyramid scheme. Interesting. Now, if I may soapbox for a moment, possibly unpopular opinion, But I'm just saying that Christian groups, and particularly Catholic groups, don't get enough hate. They don't get enough hate when it comes to being involved in bringing in refugees. I know, unpopular opinion, but it's true. Look at it this way. They prey upon your good-hearted Christian soul to say, look at these poor migrants. They just want to blow leaves. They just want to blow leaves and work at 7-Elevens. What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? Ask yourself that. But that's not what we ask around here. No, we ask, what would David Carradine do? And that's see the futility of it all and hang yourself in autoerotic asphyxiation in a Thailandese hotel room in a closet. That's what David Carradine would do. He'd also go to buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven, because you know what they say. You know the old song. You know how it goes. The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees.
What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Toydarian. My trick's gonna work on me. Only money.
Only money. buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven.
Trump has now paused. So this wasn't her genuinely standing there saying, I'm so worried about the state of the world and I'm saying this because I'm a Christian. I'm saying this because it lines the pockets of my church. And of course, at no point did she mention the fact that they got this $53 million to resettle 3,600 refugees in America last year. Sorry, that was 2023. Last year they had 6,400 people that they resettled in America, pocketing all this money through another arm they call the Episcopal Migration Ministry. Isn't it convenient, isn't it? The man walks in who's decided to cut off the flow of money because you're just making shitloads by getting a bunch of people to come over to America. I mean, that's a lot of money, $53 million.
Whoa, sir, you're throwing out some slurs, and that's later in the show. You're going to have to stick around for that. But I'll give you a hint.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
And you know who's a man? Tech Mist. For coming in, buying 3 Xanax over at buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. He said, put respect on Gideon Fisk's name. That's a deep cut, sir. So you've earned this. Thank you very much. That's buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. Because we'll never sell out to anybody.
Monique Gabrielle.
See, I love it. I love it. When someone like Tech Mist comes in, buy 3 coffees. Because I get to play that. And then I have enough time to go take a piss, go grab another beer from the fridge. And that helps ensure that you have a good show, people. That's the trade-off we make. So buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. Thank you very much, TechMiss. Now, blessed are the leaf blowers, for they just want the jobs that Americans don't want to do. Meanwhile, they sneak up behind you, they yell yeehaw really loud at your back.
4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
But please consider the poor. They haven't had tacos in weeks. Please, won't you consider the children? No.
Scanning for Mexicans. Ah. We've got a Mexican!
Because these are the kind of people that Pastor Marcy Darcy wants to turn a blind eye to. Think of the poor leaf blowers, but she doesn't want you to think about the poor cartels. The poor drug cartels, for blessed are the fentanyl smugglers. Blessed are the human traffickers. Blessed are they, for I received money from a non-governmental organization. Who receives their money from God knows where. But you're all saying, I know, it's Spirit Show, so he's probably going down the road.
China, I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
Yeah, and you know it's going there. But we'll get to that. These are the kind of people. What do you think, racist C-3PO?
Can't abide those Jawas. Disgusting creatures.
I know, disgusting.
The Defense Department has been helping on the border for decades, just not at the level that President Trump has charged us with right now. Because we believe, and he believes, that border security is national security.
Wow, that's a lot of bullets.
Defend this line. And in talking to the men and women in uniform, they're proud to be here. They're excited to be here. They're motivated to be here because they're defending their friends, their family, their communities, their church, their schools, their loved ones from an invasion of people whose intentions we don't know. Guys and gals of my generation have spent decades in foreign countries guarding other people's borders. It's about time we secure our own border.
I mean, is the man wrong? No lies detected, right? We've spent all this money securing everybody else's borders. Shouldn't we be securing the borders of the United States?
Scanning for Mexicans. Ah. We've got a Mexican!
I think your average normie, let's just cut to the chase because this is the kind of show we run around here. I think the average normie in your normie sphere, and I think in your normie based sphere, I think a lot of people underestimate the size and the power of the cartels. I think that they turn a blind eye to just how big, what an actual threat the cartels pose to national security. Look, I get that I don't run a show for people with PhDs and master's degrees, so let me explain it this way.
So let me explain it to you this way. National defense is like totally cranky. I mean, it is just awesome to the max. I mean, like, it is primo, radical, bitchin' trip.
And I feel like we gotta lock down our borders, right? When these people are building improvised explosives, we covered that last week. Like, the cartels are building improvised explosives like it's goddamn Iraq 2002 and shit.
The most powerful military in the world will not be intimidated by anybody, let alone cartels.
It's not a question of if, it's when. It's going to happen. President Trump designated a terrorist organization. We're going to put on business. They make billions of dollars. We're not going to go quietly. There will be violence.
Senator, $13 billion in drug cartel and smuggling. That business seems to be disappearing. What do you think is going to happen?
There's going to be confrontations. There's no question about that. This is a lifeline for these businesses, and that's what they are. They're businesses. We can call them cartels and we can call them criminals, but these are multinational, multi-billion-dollar organizations that if you put them on the stock exchange, they'd be some of the biggest companies in America.
There's your answer right there. Like, fucking think of all... Let's consider for a moment. The millionaires and the billionaires. The Democrats like to talk about the millionaires and the billionaires. That I'm not naming names here. I'm not here to name names. I'm not here to name names of the millionaires and the billionaires, like Mark Zuckerberg, like Elon Musk, like Jeff Bezos, the tech billionaires. Meanwhile, we don't talk about the millionaires and the billionaires like George Soros. And we don't talk about the millionaires and the billionaires. We talk about the millionaires and the billionaires of the corporations. We're making millionaires and billionaires off of people, off of their hungeration and their starvation. The poor people, the poor proletariat. We talk about those corporations. We don't talk about the millionaires and the billionaires. We're making millions and billions in the drug cartels. They are a organization, a corporation, if you will, beholden to no one. And like P-Fletch says, the cartels are only a threat because we haven't been allowed to deal with them and keep those fuckers in check. Exactly. And why? Because they are a multi-millionaire and billionaire corporation, international corporation, that if they were on the New York Stock Exchange, they would be millionaires and billionaires, and they are paying off both sides of the political aisle to look the other way. If Big Pharma, we are not here to talk about the millions and billions that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are making off of big pharmaceuticals. We're here to talk about onesies. But if Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren can make millions and billions off Big Pharma, just think of all the millions and billions that are spent in black money from the drug cartels under the table. They are a corporation, people. The proletariat must rise up, seize the means of production, seize the means of cocaine. They must seize the means of cocaine production. We will get good, pure cocaine again, like they had in the 70s. That good shit. That kind of shit. Stevie Nicks was on. That good shit. We just need to rise up, seize the means of production, seize the means of cocaine. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the cartels. Are millionaires and billionaires. And we talk about the millionaires and billionaires in the tech industry, but nobody talks about the millionaires and billionaires in the illegal drug trade.
They make a lot of money. They're very sophisticated. They're not going to go down without a fight. And we owe it to the people of this country to combat this threat because it's killing thousands upon thousands of people. And it's about time we take decisive action.
Fentanyl has become so central to this fight, Senator.
I mean, fentanyl has, but, you know,
was that a question? Yeah. Fentanyl, you know, just the fentanyl. Fentanyl. Am I right? What's the deal with all the fentanyl? That was just an awkward thing, right? Like, you all saw that, right?
To the people of this country to combat this threat because it's killing thousands upon thousands of people. And it's about time we take decisive action.
Fentanyl has become so central to this fight, Senator.
I mean, fentanyl has, but, you know, their most profitable product, Martha, is people.
Yeah,
moving
right.
people across our border. That's their best product because it'll pay it across 2 times, 10 times, 15 times. It'll pay to keep crossing again and again. And when it gets here, it continues to be a cash cow for them. So people in fentanyl are a huge commodity for them. They're going to keep pushing as much as they can. And President Trump has run on this issue for 8 years. His first time, his second time, and the American people spoke loud and clear. They want this problem solved. And thank God he's using every tool at his disposal, from tariffs to our strong military, to solve it.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have to cut it short because we're about to hear from...
What's the deal with all this fentanyl? What's the deal? How's it getting into the country? What's the deal? It's like, did Speedy Gonzalez smuggle in all the fentanyl?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
We're here to talk about the millionaires and the billionaires. Are you supportive of these onesies? Not there to talk about the millions and billions that I am making off of George Soros and the pharmaceutical industry. Gee, I wonder. I'm sure you've all heard. Because you're informed individuals. That's why you tuned into this show, buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. I'm sure you're all informed individuals, and you've already heard that, because you're not basic bitches, you've heard that people are ratting out where ICE is going to be. They're giving out their locations. Boy, I wonder what kind of millionaires and billionaires might be funding such a global operation.
So Elon Musk is trying to help balance our budget, and apparently Democrats have a huge problem with that, but they don't seem to have a problem with another billionaire, George Soros, and his son, whose money is funding a radio station, a series of radio stations that's been accused of broadcasting live locations, by the way, in Colorado, undercover ICE agents, locations of them. Meanwhile, KCBS Radio in San Francisco reportedly told listeners on January 26, get this, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are currently carrying out an operation on the east side of town. The county's response network says agents in San Jose were in unmarked vehicles. FCC Chair Brendan Carr joins us now. He's running that probe. Concerning to you, Brendan?
Yeah, of course. Look, I try to look on the bright side of things, and here I think that's the fact that we are having an unprecedented number of deportations taking place in this country. And for that, thank goodness for President Trump. Promises made, promises kept. He came in and said he's the person that can not only secure the border, but deport people that are here illegally, and he's carrying that out with unprecedented speed, thanks to Secretary Noem, Tom Homan as well. Here, this is really concerning. So what happened was you had ICE agents undercover doing operations in East San Jose, and part of the town known for violent gang activity. And you had this radio station broadcasting the live location, identifying the unmarked vehicles that they were in. And again, against the backdrop of Democrat leaders in Congress saying it's time for people to take fights to the street against Trump's agenda. So we have sent a letter of inquiry, a formal investigation into that matter, and they have just a matter of days left to respond to that inquiry and explain how this could possibly be consistent with their public interest obligations.
And I should.
So you've got undercover operations going on. Undercover ICE operations.
This is gonna take Cracker Jack timing, Wang.
And who is narking them out but George fucking Soros? George Soros. The billionaires and the billionaires that we don't want to talk about. Like, eventually somebody's gonna get killed and shot in this whole thing, right? Treasonous from Medal of Freedom Award winner George Soros. I'm still curious about how that all jives, like how that works out. Like, is he even a United States citizen if that's like the highest award that a civilian citizen of the United States can receive? I haven't looked into it, but is George Soros even a United States citizen? Meanwhile, George Soros out there, millionaires and billionaires, pumping their money, doxing ICE agents.
Don't you know another tune? Get out of here!
And on that note, I look. I'm not giving you this as an I told you so, but I did tell you so. I did tell you so. I'm giving you this as a warning of things to come, like as something that I'm seeing coming down the tracks like a train with a beaming headlight, and you're not stepping off of those tracks or doing something about oncoming train that's headed your way because you think it's nothing. You think Spirit's lost his mind. I know, it's Spirit's show. He's all
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
Well, we're not talking about China. We're talking about Palestine and Mexico. Because I told you, don't get in bed with those fucking Palestinians. No matter how much you might hate Israel, no matter how much, don't get in bed with those fucking Palestinians. Why? I told you, I warned you, didn't I say? It's what they do. They'll sneak up behind your back. They'll yell yeehaw really loud.
4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
And pretty soon, pretty soon, they're just going to start co-opting the narrative. They're just going to start co-opting their narrative. And they're going to start using it against you. You're on my stolen land, bro. I warned you. I told you so.
We begin tonight with your 17 Crime Watch. A local woman under arrest this hour, accused of tearing down the American flag at Hart Park and raising the national flag of Mexico in its place. The arrest caught on camera.
You're not gonna tell me what to do. This is Mexican land.
Oh, okay.
Look at that flag, because that flag isn't on the floor, is it?
Hey.
Is it?
Hey.
You can't say I'm disrespecting. No, esta es mi tierra. Esta es mi tierra. Esta es mi tierra.
Come here.
Okay, my people kill you.
Turn around.
I'm going to see that you're hurting me and you're gonna.
My people kill you. You want my land. My people kill you. We sneak up behind your back and yell yeehaw real loud.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Have you even heard about my cousin, Slowpoke Rodriguez? He may be slow, but he carry a gun. I warned you. I told you. I'm not showing you this as an as a front to my ego. Because I told you so. I did tell you so. I did warn you all that this was coming. And it's and get ready because you're on the cutting edge. You're watching Moose Heaven, so you're on the cutting edge already. Get ready for this because there's only going to be more of this. Are you are you ready to be the Israeli? Are you ready to be the Israeli settler? Because it's going to happen. You're on my stolen land, bro. This is my ancestral land, bro. My ancestors also happen to be Spanish Jews, because that's how we became Hispanic in the first place. But never mind all of that. You're on my stolen land, bro. Are you look? I'm talking to a specific mindset of people who talked a lot of shit about Israel, and I get it. Look, I'm not absolving Israel. They have a tendency to be self-serving. Let's put it that way. But I'm talking about the Jewsburg, the myopicness. The people who got in bed with the Palestinians to dunk on the Jews. I warned you, I told you, don't get in bed with those Palestinians. Israel has its issues, I'll grant you that, but don't get in bed with those goddamn Palestinians, because I'm telling you, the Mexicans are gonna sneak up, they're gonna yell yeehaw really loud at your back, and they're gonna turn you into the Israeli settlers next. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. You're on my stolen land, bro. My ancestors, they fought and died for this land, bro. Never mind that the people who took it from us were Spanish Jews. That's how we became Hispanic in the first. But we're not here to talk about the billionaires and the billionaires. In the drug cartel industry that might be funding this kind of ideology because it benefits them, let's be honest. I'm telling you, look, I'm just saying, we're ahead of the curve here. We're through the looking glass.
We're through the looking glass.
And I'm offering you this not as a condemnation, but as a warning. I am the mad prophet who has come from the desert. My eyes filled with sand. I'm crazy. I've seen the devil. He gave me 3 temptations. One of them was playing chess. But I beat him in Battleship. But look, I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk. Don't get in bed with these Palestinians, no matter how much you may hate Israel. I'll grant you Israel's not perfect. We'll agree on that. But don't get in bed with these fucking Palestinians, I'm warning you. Because they will turn, and the powers that control them will turn. They will turn these Mexicans. They'll sneak up, they'll yell yeehaw, they'll turn you into the Israeli settler next. And you're on my stolen land, bro. From fucking Maine to California, bro. Fucking the United States will be free. It's fucking Cholo land now. It's fucking Cartelestine now.
I regret it when you okay. Touch me, my when your kids die. When your kids die, you're squishing my hand, and they already know. You don't need to take me.
Stop her.
Take me. Take me. Take me.
Take her down.
Take me.
She's all right. We'll get her.
All this happening this morning around 9:30. The Kern County Sheriff's Office says 24-year-old Crystal Aguilar cut the chain securing the flagpole at the entrance to the park, removed the American flag, threw it into the mud, and replaced it with the flag of Mexico. When park rangers attempted to detain Aguilar, she responded with a slew of threats. She was taken into custody and booked into jail on several charges, including
Wow, that's where it cuts off, so we'll never know. But you know what? You know what I do know? Nil came in, bought 5 Xanax. Holy shit, bro, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Very generous, and said, just wanted to point out that the Doge clock is now at 69 billion. Nice. Nice. Thank you very much, man. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, we're going to talk about that Doge here in a minute. But first...
He came back for the adventure. He came back for the romance. But most of all, he came back for the money.
You mean you would have helped me without the money?
I didn't say that.
Deathstalker 2, Duel of the Titans.
Where's Deathstalker?
Somebody looking for me.
Stalker! You came back!
By popular demand.
He has returned to fight for a fallen princess.
It's a matter of life and death. You gotta help me.
So begins a long and perilous journey.
Many dangers. Witches, dragons.
Let's cut down on the tourist trade.
He will be pursued by bounty hunters and assassins.
You gotta get up pretty early in the morning to catch the Prince of Thieves.
He will do battle with mercenaries, Amazons, an evil sorcerer, and a wanton princess.
I could just eat you alive.
Bones and everything.
At the cutting edge of danger.
She does not look like Haktua. You shut
At the
your
brink
dirty
of
mouth.
civilization.
Hey!
He will meet the challenge.
Whoa.
And at the warlord's fall, thief will become king. Deathstalker 2, Duel of the Titans.
Deathstalker?
Uh-huh.
Is that your first name or your last name?
It's all about Deathstalker 2. Thank you very much, Noel. You didn't have to do that. That was very kind of you. BuyMeACoffee.com/Mooseheaven helps support our sponsor tonight.
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
Listen to this science man.
AIDS contains one of the most effective appetite suppressants you can buy, and AIDS contains no stimulant.
So why don't you let AIDS help you lose weight and keep it off?
AIDS helps you stay the way you want to be.
And you know who wants to stay the way it wants to be? Israel. I think that makes sense, right? Let's pretend it does. All right, so anyway, I told you, don't get in bed with these Palestinians. They're gonna turn the Mexicans into Palestine. You're gonna be the Israelis in a hilarious, ironic, monkey's paw, M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong twist. You should have listened to Mr. Nixon.
Good man. Nixon's pro-war and pro-family.
But you won't have to worry about that in the glorious golden age future that we are moving into. That's right. We're not just taking the Panama Canal. We're not just taking Greenland. We're taking Gaza. This is the golden age.
Thanks, Mayor Simpson. Because of you, we're all taking golden showers. What?
And we're ending the conflict in the Middle East because we own Gaza now. It's ours. Just trust us. It's ours.
You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle, and it's a very, very dangerous, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that.
Listen, I've been talking to some very smart people. Have you heard about this guy? This guy, racist C-3PO? I've been talking to racist C-3PO about the whole issue in Gaza. He told me a lot of things. He told me,
How to buy those jobs, disgusting creatures.
I tend to agree with him. Disgusting. The place is a mess. It's horrible. It's terrible. Who would want to live there? Who would want to live there? That's why we are going to have a temporary, prolonged leadership role. A leadership role, we'll call it that. That's a good term for it. We'll have a leadership role. We'll have a leadership role in restabilizing Gaza. I've talked to a lot of people, not just racist C-3PO. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of very, very intelligent people. Billionaires, if you will. But I've talked to a lot a lot of very, very high-level people on this issue, and I'm here to expose it, guys. I'm here to blow this shit wide open, where this idea for the leadership role, we'll call it that, in Gaza came from. You heard it here, folks, guys. buymeacopy.com/Moose7.
I don't know how you do it. I put together some really impressive deals. But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret?
Got a buck? You're in luck. Because you can get a delicious beefy big and tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and lots of your other favorites on McDonald's Dollar Menu every day.
Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
That's right. I talked to my friend Grimace. He put a good word in with the big man, the McDonald man. We are rebuilding Gaza. We are now calling it Trump Presents McGaza. They are living in filth. They are living in squalor. They are living in rubble. It's terrible. It's horrible. You have you seen the place? It's terrible. And we are rebuilding. We are taking a leadership role. We won't need the military because we are going to make it the Riviera of the Middle East. We are going to make it the Riviera of the Middle East. There will be McDonald's play places. It is horrible. It is terrible. Do you see the kind of conditions these people are living in? They are eating the klavkavash. They're eating the klavkavash. What is it? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. It's some kind of hairy meat. I don't know. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's terrible. They're eating the klavkavash. They say no bow, just stick. No bow, just stick. Just a stick, like animals. They're eating the klavkavash. They're washing it down with the crab juice. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's terrible. You should see the conditions. They're living in shit. They're living in rubble. They're eating klavkavash. They're eating the hairy meat. They're washing it down with the crab juice. They could be so much better living in a paradise filled with McDonald's, filled with cheeseburger paradise. The American dream, people.
This is a very, very difficult situation, but we're going to get it solved. I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think Gaza has been very unlucky for them. They've lived like hell. They lived like you're living in hell. Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Go where? There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful alternative that's safe.
Mr. President,
Peter?
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. and nobody can live there. You can't live there.
And
So if we can build,
you know-
if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die. Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again.
The same thing's gonna happen again. The Israelis are just gonna bomb them. But this is such primo beach real estate. We could be doing something so much more with this. I've talked to some very important people. Raises C3PO agrees with me. These people, they're living in rubble. They shouldn't go back. Nobody should go back. It's terrible. It's horrible. I've seen the pictures. We could be building Trump towers along the Riviera of the Middle East, McGaza. Trump towers. Look. Have you ever been into an Arab's house? Have you ever been into an Arab's house? They love shiny shit. They love shiny shit. Have you ever been into an Arab's house? They love shiny shit more than anything. They love it. They love shiny shit. And who knows shiny shit more than me? More than Donald Trump. Who else can bring the bling, baby? More than Donald Trump. We're going to have Trump towers along the Riviera of the Middle East. It's going to be shiny shit. The Arabs love that shit. Chandeliers with crystals. Every wall is a mirror. Every single one of them. Every wall is a mirror. You go into the bathroom, it's a mirror. Whole thing. Toilet. Gold-plated. Bedazzled. I'm talking shiny shit. The shiniest of shit. We could have that and more. Somebody else is gonna pay for it. We're gonna make somebody else pay for it. The Arabs deserve to have their shiny shit. I'm offering the Palestinians a deal that they could be taking golden showers.
Thanks, Mayor Simpson. Because of you, we're all taking golden showers.
What?
That's right, Lucas. From the river to the sea, golf courses for thee. It's gonna be amazing.
It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction. Who
would want to go back? They're eating the klavkavash. They say no bowl, only stick. They're animals. They're eating the hairy meat. They're washing it down with the crab juice. Disgusting. I'm talking about a McDonald's on every corner, Trump towers filled with shiny shit. As far as the eye can see, mirrors on every wall, mirrors on the ceiling, pink champagne on ice. I'm here to make Gaza the Hotel California of the Middle East. You can check out, but you can never leave.
I'm confident that
with his
under
global
our
megaphone.
leadership, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
President Trump's provocative and volatile vision of an American takeover of war-torn Gaza is roiling the world tonight.
The Riviera of the Middle East.
Yet today, he cited only praise.
Everybody loves it.
But a rare split reaction from the president's party.
I think this is a good development. We have to back Israel 100%. And so whatever form that takes, we're interested in having that discussion.
While other Republicans raise serious doubts.
I'm not supportive of having the American people pay to rebuild Gaza. I don't think that's our responsibility.
However, the president's own words outlined U.S. control.
We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site.
Alongside Israel's Prime Minister, Mr. Trump did
We'll
not
just own
explain how his proposal squares with his fierce criticism of foreign entanglements and America First worldview.
What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there?
I thought it was clear with it when I said America First, that Israel in small print was excluded.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East.
The president also said he would send U.S. troops if necessary.
Like
NBC's Garrett Hake pressing the White House today.
Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza.
We're not putting boots on the ground. We're not committed to this temporary permanent ownership over McGaza. Trump Enterprises presents McGaza. What's up, Lifing? What's up, True Wolf? What's up, Batfink? You didn't get bonked. You're right there. I see you. Hello. I said hello. I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. And since you're here, I have a question.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
No, not that. Lifing, what's up with the klapkalash? Why is there no bowl, only stick? What is it? Is it a hairy meat? Why Mountain Dew or crab juice? Explain, please. I feel like the Middle East is missing out here. Explain, please. You didn't get bonked? You're right there. Explain to me this Klav Kalash. I feel like you're dodging the Klav Kalash question. Why no bowl, only stick? Why is it in the episode where Homer Simpson goes to New York? I don't know, kind of reminds me of that national tragedy.
9/11.
Now, I'm not saying Klav Kalash caused 9/11, but it's pretty,
Weird.
I'm just saying. Dirk-a-doo? Is that like Dr. Thunder? It's halal. But you know what won't be halal? All the McDonald's we're building in Gaza. That's right. Smothering them in cheese. Extra cheese. Quarter pounders with cheese. I've been talking to some very smart people. I've been talking to Risa C3PO. I've been talking...
I don't know how you do it. I put together some really impressive deals. But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret?
buck? You're in luck. Because you can get a delicious, beefy, big, and tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and lots of your other favorites on McDonald's Dollar Menu every day.
Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
You and me, Grimace, we could own Gaza. Just think about it. A McDonald's play place on every corner. They're living in rubble. They're eating klavkavash. They could be eating quarter pounders with cheese. Living like real human beings. That's why we're taking temporary, permanent leadership role, where we won't need boots on the ground. Why? Because we're turning it into a goddamn casino. That's why you're gonna be hitting the slots in Gaza. It's gonna be the shiniest shit, the shiniest of shit. And you know who else loves shiny shit? The Saudis. The Saudis love shiny shit, and the Saudis are also normalizing their relationships with Israel. Or is that too much for your tiny pea brains? But that's what's going on. I guarantee you that's what's going on. I guarantee you that's what's going on. Like, I'm not joking. Israel's hear me out. Israel's normalizing the relations with the Saudis. Trump, Saudis, WWF, Like, do you see what I'm, like... I'm just saying.
Of land that
who offered praise.
He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism.
This Trump concept would rely on regional neighbors like Egypt and Jordan to accept Gaza refugees. But their condemnation was swift. Egypt and Jordan denounced an American takeover with forced relocation of Palestinians. Inside Gaza today, Palestinians stood firm.
How I can move to another land? It's my land.
The premise channels the Trump family business. Son-in-law, former advisor Jared Kushner, spoke out about development in March.
Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods.
Today, Democrats denounce the idea.
Listen to my son-in-law, Jared. He's very smart. All of that land could be building beautiful, beautiful McDonald's. Beautiful, beautiful McDonald's as far as the eye could see. We won't need boots on the ground. You know why? You know why? Because we'll have an army of fry guys going in there. Not tearing down, but building beautiful, beautiful McDonald's. They're gorgeous. They're wonderful. Terrific. I've worked at McDonald's myself. I know a thing or two about it. These Palestinians, I told you, they're animals. They're terrible. They're eating klavkavash. They just want to drink their crab juice. Horrible savages stuck in the Stone Age, if you don't believe me. They hate McDonald's. They hate our Western ways of life. They hate our freedom. They hate our freedom to choose whether or not you want to supersize your Big Mac. They hate our freedom to choose whether or not you'd like to go large with your number 7. They hate our freedom. They hate our freedom of every fountain drink that you can imagine, as long as it's provided by either the Coca-Cola or the Pepsi company. One or the other, depending on who said restaurante has contracted with. They hate that freedom. They hate our freedom to choose in the cola wars. They hate it. They despise it. They don't want you eating at the McDonald's. They want you eating kafkalash with your face covered with a burqa, eating your hairy meat. Don't believe me? They would rather torture mice than have you eat a delicious, tasty Big Mac. They want you living in a clav kalash, crab juice world. That's right. To own Israel, they tortured mice. It's coming to a town near you. Mice. They'd rather torture mice than eat a Big Mac. They hate our freedom. They hate our freedom to choose between a small, medium, and large fry with our meal. They hate our freedom to choose between a man and a women's restroom.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
But how does all this square with Iran, right? That's what you're asking because you're smart people. That's why you tune into this show. You tune in for geopolitics and Monique Gabrielle clips because you're smart people. And you're asking, how does this square with Iran? This plan for Trump and the Saudis, I mean, what are you talking about? No, we're talking about bringing golden showers to the people of Gaza.
Thanks, Mayor Simpson. Because of you, we're all taking golden showers. What?
That's right, you are smart, James Campisi. James Campisi, he's a very smart guy. I've been talking to this guy, James Campisi. He's very smart. He's told me very succinctly that Iran is very close to a nuclear weapon. I'm sure he heard it from his connections with his mafia grandfather, but I'm not getting into that right now. I don't want to get into James Campisi and his possible connections to the mafia.
Don Homer, my son, he has a trouble with the...
Most of it. That's a nice donut.
But a little bird might have said that, there was threats against President Trump's life. From Iran. I mean, who else, right?
Please.
What? wrong one. That wasn't the one I wanted. Freeze, you Goombas.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Now I've seen everything. Iran wants a nuclear weapon? What are you talking about? I've never heard this before.
All right, Peter, great to see you. Another busy day. Joining me now, Dan Hoffman, former CIA station chief, served in Moscow, Iraq, Pakistan. He's also a Fox News contributor. All right, Dan, very quickly, he also addressed the idea of Iran getting closer to a nuke. Watch.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them.
Dan, he said this before, but tonight, especially with this Gaza announcement or the floating of the Gaza proposal, how significant?
It's very significant for the president to host as his first visit Prime Minister Netanyahu, and to focus not only on Gaza and building the relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but delivering this blunt, stark warning to Iran, which is now a nuclear threshold state.
You have really weird ears.
With a pretty effective ballistic missile capability. That was about as clear a warning as you're going to hear. He wasn't specific about what we do about it, but standing there at the podium next to the Prime Minister of Israel, it's pretty clear that we are aligned very, very closely with Israel to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon.
And Dan, I'd be remiss in not getting your take on the news of the night, which is a U.S. takeover of Gaza and a takeover of the rebuild of Gaza, which President Trump likened in the future to a new, Middle East Riviera.
Yeah. Yeah, didn't have that one on my bingo card tonight, Laura, but I will tell you this.
We've got no time to play bingo, sir, because Iran is 26 seconds away from developing a nuclear weapon. Like, why aren't you more worried? Did you not see last week's episode? We are like a minute 29 seconds away from doomsday. Iran is building nukes right now. They're a minute and 29 seconds from the minute that I finished this sentence right now. We're a minute and 29 seconds from now from doomsday. Utter nuclear destruction. It's gonna happen, I'm telling you. If it wasn't gonna happen, then they wouldn't have been talking about it for like 20 years. I'm sorry, do you not trust the science?
Computers don't make errors. What they do on purpose. By now, your name and particulars have been fed into every laptop, desktop, mainframe, and supermarket scanner that collectively make up the global information conspiracy, otherwise known as the Beast.
Don't you trust the science? They've been talking about it for years. We are a minute 29 seconds from now away from nuclear Armageddon. Benjamin Netanyahu said so. And I thought, let's do a throwback. Let's fire up our flux capacitor. Pew, pew, pew. 88 miles per hour back in time to over 10 years ago when Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, was doing his prop comedy at the United Nations. He went through a phase of doing prop comedy at the United Nations. And I dug up this rare footage of his routine. Enjoy.
Brought a diagram for you. Here's a diagram. This is a bomb. This is a fuse. In the case of Iran's nuclear plans to build a bomb, this bomb has to be filled with enough enriched uranium. And Iran has to go through 3 stages. The first stage, they have to enrich enough low enriched uranium. The second stage, they have to enrich enough medium enriched uranium. And the third stage and final stage, they have to enrich enough high enriched uranium for the first bomb. Where's Iran? Iran's completed the first stage. Took them many years, but they completed it, and they're 70% of the way there. Now they're well into the second stage. And by next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
Oh, see, that was 10 years ago. Wow, that was a good joke. That was a really Benjamin Netanyahu, everyone. That was a really good joke. Ahead of its time. Ahead of its time, prop comedy of Benjamin Netanyahu. We are weeks, it'll be spring, 12 years ago today, that Iran will have a bomb. Trust us for realsy. I've been talking to experts like racist C-3PO.
Don't abide those Jawas, disgusting creatures.
I've been talking to racist C-3PO. Those dirty Jawas, they have built... Those dirty Jawas have built a dirty bomb with their dirty Jawa hands. They don't have that kind of technology. No, no, no. They scavenge it off of a crashed Starliner. They stole our enriched uranium. They're building a bomb. They are minutes, seconds away from building a bomb which will result in Armageddon. That's why you should empty your bank accounts now. Donate to buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. What have you got to lose? Let me ask you a question.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
You know what would solve the Middle East crisis? AIDS. Yeah, they just don't make classic prop comedy like they used to. Guys, seconds, minutes from now, Iran will unleash nuclear disaster. We will literally be living in Night of the Comet. Night of the Comet, the 1980s or 90s or whenever's cult classic, where every chick had the big hair. We will be living in the 1980s cult classic, Night of the Comet. If Iran gets a nuke, we are this close, this close. This close. I don't know if you've heard, but Iran, weeks,
days away from unlocking the secrets of the Necronomicon.
Now, Bob Dole will read from the Necronomicon.
Azak, Gazuri, Galanath, Maledictu, Nosferamus, and Principe.
And I ask myself, I turn to the good book, the Liber Ex Mortis, and say, what would David Carradine do? Oh, that's right. David Carradine would hang himself in a Thailandese closet because the world is fucking stupid. This is important shit, people. That's why you're here. You're smart people. You care about the important issues.
The people of India are going crazy that President Obama was constantly chewing gum. And then on top of that, he took it out of his mouth, put it back. You can't do it. It's disgusting.
And on top of that, we're a minute and 29 seconds away from nuclear Armageddon. A line must be drawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I've told you now is not based on secret information. It's not based on military intelligence. It's based on the public reports of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Anybody could read them. They're online. So if these are the facts, and they are, where should a red line be drawn? A red line should be drawn right here. Before Iran completes the second stage of nuclear enrichment necessary to make a bomb, before Iran gets to a point where it's a few months away or a few weeks away from amassing enough enriched uranium to make a nuclear weapon.
Do you hear that, guys? We need to draw a line. Iran, you heard it. They're weeks, days, seconds away. And this was 10, 12, 20, 40, 50 years ago. I'm saying. BuyMeACoffee.com/Moose7 helps support the military AIDS complex.
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
And speaking of AIDS, Trump is purging all the AIDS, and he's purging the FBI and the CIA. What the fuck is going on? What we need a professional's opinion on this.
Now that we are over 2 weeks into the second Trump term, the Wall Street Journal reporting that the administration, the CIA, has just offered buyouts to the entire workforce at the CIA. What the reporting says is that employees were offered 8 months of pay and benefits if they leave the intelligence agency, part of Trump's efforts to downsize the government, even the CIA, and put more people in these positions who are closely aligned with his view. I'm joined tonight by the veteran journalist, Garrett Graff.
I'm telling you, getting rid of people who are not closely aligned with Trump's view is code for getting rid of the people who knowingly or unknowingly have been infiltrated or are working for China. I'm telling you, look, you can say, it's Spirit. It's Spirit. He's drunk again. Here he is.
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
I'm just saying. There's more to this. Look, ride on this roller coaster with me, folks. I'm telling you, there's more to it than meets the eye, much like the Transformers.
And we will, trust me, we will get to the Transformers later.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
There's more than meets the eye. A hidden war between Autobots and Decepticons going on within our own government. I'm telling you, say what you will, call me a crackpot, racist kook, far right, hawkish nut, guilty. Guilty. I'm telling you that there are lizard people. They're the real lizard people.
Just a poor Chinese boy.
And I'm telling you, they're purging. They are purging for a reason. They're getting rid of the people who aren't down with the MAGA agenda, i.e. David Lopan and his army of kung fu monks who have infiltrated the government, selling their fentanyl disguised as Frogurt.
You sell toys?
We sell forbidden objects from places men fear to tread. We also sell frozen yogurt, which I call Frogurt.
Garrett, on this, I mean, what do you make of this? What was your initial reaction to this report from the Wall Street Journal?
I mean, it is as shocking as any other development that we are living through right now. One of the things I think is one of the only truths that we have in the Trump era is the inconsistency of the logical consistency of one announcement to another. For a lot of reasons, you could imagine that on the same night that you are announcing that the U.S. might take over Gaza, you would not want to gut the intelligence agencies that help us understand that part of the world and mitigate risks to the United States here and abroad, on the same day that you are also looking at neutering the FBI's entire counterterrorism program here at the homeland. That, for instance, some of these decisions in one category might have downside risks in another.
Can I ask you about part of this? Because a CIA spokesperson said that this move was part of an effort to infuse the agency with renewed energy, as they put it. And they also said that Trump's CIA will have a greater focus on the Western Hemisphere, targeting countries not traditionally considered adversaries of the United States, saying, for example, they could use the CIA to use espionage to give Trump more leverage in his trade negotiations, potentially spying on Mexico's government amid the ongoing spat.
I mean, they should. They should. Like, they should be using the CIA against Mexico right now. Like, they're because I'm telling you, they're going to sneak up. They're going to yell yeehaw really loud.
4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
They're laundering money for China. They're bringing the fentanyl disguised as the Frogurt. But look, apparently, guys, I'm in the wrong because we are courting a new national disaster. If we go down this road, we're talking about
9/11.
all over again, according to this guy with the weird lips and he really needs to change his razor. I'm hyper focused on it now, and now you will be too. He needs to change out the razor blade in his razor.
I think quotes like that show how little any of the people involved in this actually understand the mission of any of these federal agencies. That the CIA and other intelligence agencies within the United States, like the part and parcel, the opening ante of what they do is help inform the president's negotiations with foreign leaders. I mean, this goes all the way back to, the Snowden revelations, where we were monitoring Angela Merkel's cell phone. Like, this is some of the most basic work that the CIA is already doing, and I can tell you, because I have spoken to former officers who are involved in this, but like, that's exactly the type of work that the CIA is already doing.
Which Trump knows about, because he brought up the Merkel surveillance to her face at a press conference in his first term. I remember it in the East Room where he was today. What happens if everyone at the CIA takes this buyout? Because we heard today, I think it was 20,000 people in the federal workforce had already taken these offers of buyouts. If the entire CIA, let's just say, for example, that they did, what does that look like tomorrow?
I mean, nothing good for the United States, and that's true, you know, at any one of these agencies. These workplaces, I think, I think part of the challenge of this is understanding that the goal here is just the chaos and the wreckage. That I don't think that there is any grand plan beyond these buyouts. It's certainly not a cost-cutting measure to throw away decades of experience and millions of dollars in training that we have invested in these workforces. But any one of these federal agencies is like any other workplace. There's a very small number of people on whom sort of the whole operation lies. I mean, the people who know the institutional history, the people who understand how the systems and the operations work. And when those people leave, the whole thing seizes up.
Yeah, and we're already just talking in the last segment about FBI workers who are suing the government because they feel like they're being unfairly targeted and about to have a mass purge. Cash Patel, as we're watching, basically everyone Trump is lined up on Capitol Hill get confirmed, despite initially thinking maybe they all wouldn't. What does that look like, do you think, when Cash Patel takes over the FBI? If he is confirmed.
Yeah, I think the challenge is, I've covered the FBI for almost 20 years at this point. The FBI that I have covered my entire reporting career, the FBI that has existed since the day that J. Edgar Hoover died in May 1972, is already over. That institution is already dead. And we are arguing right now over the wreckage of what it might be when it is rebuilt at some point in the future. And I think that this is...
But what does it look like for the next 4 years? I mean, they very clearly have plans that are being, if you don't like Trump and you're watching this is not the chaos of round one in these initial weeks. Like, we're just in the third week now, 2 weeks in. They're well executed, and they are carrying out exactly what they said they were going to do. So what does that actually look like, do you think?
Let me give you two very specific examples. It looks like 9/11. And it looks like corruption.
It looks like 9/11 all over again. How dare we besmirch the good name of J. Edgar Hoover. Actually, J. Edgar Hoover was kind of cool. He might have been a cross-dresser, he might have been a total faggot, but he really fucking hated communists. That was kind of cool. He wanted to murder communists and strangle them by their throats. That was kind of cool. I'll take that. I'll take that in these days. But like he said, like this retard said, like Ja411 said, this dude is totally retarded. And we are begging for another 9/11 if we do this.
Don't believe what he says, boys. We caused 9/11. It's all right here in these secret documents, but you'll never get them.
Bringing on, we are asking for the wrath of 1,000 9/11s. It's a bold move. It is a bold move. Bold move, Cotton, but I'll tell you. I'm telling you there's a reason for the seasoning. David Lopan. He's immortal. He's been pulling the strings with his underground railroads. Have you heard about these things? They're called the Panda Express. They're in every town, every neighborhood. Running Chinese migrants. Nobody's talking about them. Nobody's talking about them. You know who set up the... Do you know who set up the Anchor Baby, the whole Anchor Baby scam? Oh, hello, please. Let me introduce my son and daughter. A ping ring. Ping ring of
very dumb, but he robbed a railroad. He robbed a railroad very much. He built your railroad for you. Very cheap. Very, very cheap. He born in America. He American as orange chicken. That's right. Ping Ring is American as orange chicken. You have to take a Ping Ring, and it would bring much dishonor if you were to deport Ping Ring as a family. He built your railroads very cheap, very, very cheap. In fact, they're working on a high-speed railroad right now in California right now as I speak. I'm sure Ping Ring would love to get in on that venture. And it was like that. It was like that. I'm telling you a little bit of history, folks. Through the Panda Express Railroad, Ping Ling, David Lopan got 1,000 of his children, because he's immortal, 1,000 of his children named Ping Ling, seeded throughout this country. Everybody turning a blind eye, saying,
I'm just a poor Chinese boy, you know?
And meanwhile, I know you're saying, oh, it's Spirit Show, it's all
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
But we're giving a lot of money to a lot of people. A lot of people. And I told you that foreign aid, not that myopic foreign aid to Israel that everybody's talking about, but all of that other foreign aid. I told you, look into that shit, and that was the first thing they did. Wow, they blew that shit wide open. Let me give you a little backstory on USAID. It's always been a massive CIA front. It's always been a giant open secret that USAID is a massive CIA front funneling money through private industry, private donations out to foreign governments for spreading democracy throughout the land. So let's take a minute. Let's talk about USAID, why they're losing their minds over this, okay? Because I'm sure if you've turned on the news in the last 48 hours, it's just been nothing but AIDS! They're just fucking foaming at the mouth that they've lost their AIDS.
Elon Musk, the head of Doge, is making bold claims on his platform X. In a viral post with over 44 million views, Musk accused USAID of funding bioweapon research, including work on COVID-19, through taxpayer dollars. He alleges $53 million went to EcoHealth Alliance, which supported controversial coronavirus research at the Wuhan lab. The post also suggested USAID has ties to the CIA, calling its actions, quote, deceptive.
What ties to the CIA funding bioweapons? Funding bioweapons research? Get out of here.
AIDS contains one of the most effective appetite suppressants you can buy, and AIDS contains no stimulant.
So why don't you let AIDS help you lose weight and keep it off?
AIDS helps you stay the way you want to be.
Look, AIDS just wants to come into your country. Why won't you let AIDS help you? We just want to help your country lose weight. Let me ask you a question, foreign nation.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
Look, we're not trying to make your country jittery. We're just trying to provide you with AIDS. We're just trying to provide you with AIDS.
just trying to provide your foreign nation with aids to help it in solidifying and emboldening democracy throughout the lands. And that's why Democrats are foaming at the mouths, losing weight, withering away because they're losing their
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
But let's take a little trip back in time and fire up that DeLorean one more time. Around the same time that Bibi Netanyahu was doing his HBO prop comedy on the United Nations stage, live at the Apollo. It was an all-black audience. He got a really weird reception. You should have seen it. It was amazing. Around that same time, a funny thing happened in Russia.
Times reports the United States is closing its Russian office of the Agency for International Development at the request of the Russian government. The Kremlin claims the U.S. is behind widespread pro-democracy protests that began in December. I think this is an interesting story. U.S. officials say they'll find a new way to promote democracy.
The Wall Street Journal says the number of mortgage loans...
Oh, and just like that, we're moving on. What an interesting story. But they'll find another way to promote democracy. Oh, Russia closed its USAID office for funding democratic protests.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
That's it?
No.
That's right. Even the Kremlin gremlins. Duh. You're working for the CIA. You're not fooling us. Which brings me to a bit of trivia. Hello, guys. Welcome. Hey, this is Spirit, your host for Trivia Night. Bet you didn't see that coming. Hey guys, it's Trivia Night. It's a little Trivia Night. For 10 pesos. Which is worth absolutely nothing because we're driving down the Mexican currency with tariffs, our wonderful, beautiful tariffs. For 10 pesos, I want to ask you a question. Whose father worked for USAID that you probably know of? Whose father worked for USAID? And it all starts to make sense when you think about it. It all starts to add up. I'll give you a hint.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
Whose father worked for USAID, a CIA front, doing all kinds of weird pro-democracy meddling and bringing down of foreign governments, and Russia had to close their offices of. We need somebody on this case. So while you think about that,
Please have your wallets ready. This is a stick-up.
Terror hits the island. There's only one man for the job, and she's a woman. Honolulu's toughest and sexiest cop swings back into action in this thrill-packed sequel to the worldwide hit, Silk. She's on the job to hunt down a cartel of ruthless art smugglers who'll stop at nothing to get their hands on a priceless Asian scroll. To stop them, she'll use her brains, her brawn, and her gun. Former Playmate of the Year, Monique Gabrielle, stars as the gutsy lady cop with looks, hands, and body.
You almost got me killed back there.
Crime doesn't pay.
Silk 2.
We are talking about a worldwide conspiracy with the CIA that Monique Gabrielle has uncovered. And who does it all trace back to? Guys, whose dad worked for USAID? That's right. Ruth Payne. Ruth Payne. Consummate do-gooder Quaker lesbian handler of Lee Harvey Oswald's Russian wife, Ruth Payne, who totally didn't work for the CIA, but her dad worked for USAID, which is a total CIA front. And it all starts to make sense when you consider that Ruth Payne was an agent for USAID. You didn't expect that, did you?
We're through the looking glass here, people.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. In addition to all the other things that USAID has been up to in the past. Hey, out of left field, guess what? They also might have played a role in the Kennedy assassination. You didn't see that coming, did you?
Okay, stay calm. I'm in Dealey Plaza. It's 1963. I am President Kennedy, and I'm not going this way. I'm going this way.
But of course I'd make those connections. USAID, now that everybody's talking about USAID and the lenses on USAID, let's talk about USAID for a second. And how I'm pretty sure on those tax returns, if you look hard enough into them, there's a Ruth P. still receiving a pension from USAID. I'm telling you. Because if you think I'm just spitting into the wind and USAID hasn't funded some very, very weird shit over the years. Let's talk about the time they tried to infiltrate the Cuban hip-hop scene. Oh yeah, there you go. So we've got USAID trying to infiltrate the Cuban hip-hop scene. The anti-Castro Cubans, JFK, Ruth Payne. Look, I get it. Pepe Sylvia, what I'm saying. Follow the money.
What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Toydarian. My tricks don't work on me. Only money.
That's buymeacoffee.com/Moose7 because we sell out to no one, unlike the Cuban hip-hop scene, which apparently sold out to the CIA through USAID, unbeknownst to them.
As a member of the rap group Los Aldeanos, Aldo Rodriguez had a big following in the Cuban hip-hop underground for lyrics protesting the Castro government's oppression and censorship.
Cuba is a country where everything is one color. You get me? One color. We fought that from the beginning because I didn't see pink, I saw blue, and I don't want someone telling me how to see something.
But
I don't want people telling me that I'm colorblind, yo.
I grew up in Cuba and it's one color. And I don't want people telling me that, oh, bro, you're just colorblind. You're just colorblind. And no, bro, it's one color. And they're like, no, bro, you got hit in the eye with a piece of concrete when you were like a little baby. And you got, no, bro, it's one color. I refuse to believe that I am colorblind. Look, don't tell Bobby he's colorblind.
Bobby, I want you to meet my colleague, Dr. Hamilton.
And I'd like you to get the fuck out of here.
It's all
Get out of here. Get out of my room. Get out of here, bitch. Get out of here.
Los Aldeanos were unknowingly part of a secret USAID project aimed at sparking a youth movement against the Cuban government. An AP investigation released Thursday revealed USAID's covert infiltration into Cuba's underground hip-hop scene. Aldo contends that neither he nor his partner had any idea about the operation.
For me, neither the U.S. government nor the government of Cuba can control my thoughts or my heart.
Meanwhile, the Cuban
They
government
can't control my thoughts or my heart or the fact that I'm colorblind. Yo.
says they were aware of the program and informed local musicians about efforts to recruit them for anti-government propaganda.
We profoundly respect Cuban artists. We profoundly respect their artistic freedom. We don't easily issue warnings, but we do inform them.
Today, Cubans in Havana reacted to the AP report.
Like, why does art have to have so many colors, bro? It's like, it's frustrating. Like, it's just frustrating that they have to have so many colors, bro.
They are subverting Cubans, trying to infiltrate the Cuban youth with this, but I think it's wrong, and they shouldn't be doing this.
Instead of sparking change, the USAID program compromised an authentic source of protest that had produced some of the hardest-hitting grassroots criticism since Fidel Castro took power in 1959. Matthew Burgoyne, Associated Press.
I mean, like, if they were just, like, trying to take down Fidel Castro, that would be kind of cool.
This week, the Associated Press revealed that the United States government attempted and failed to co-opt the hip-hop scene in Cuba to, quote, spark youth movement against the government. This failure comes on the heels of two others, also reported by the AP, one to create a fake Cuban Twitter, and the other to send young people into Cuba to recruit activists. Here to help us make sense of this story is Trish Wilson of the Associated Press, who joins me now from Washington, D.C. So, Trish, what was this program? How did it work?
Well, the intent was to radicalize the Cuban people to challenge their own government. And the way it worked was the USAID contractors infiltrated the hip-hop scene and were trying to generate a fan base that would speak out against the government and challenge it and ultimately lead them to democratic reforms.
So how did they...
They are just trying to spread democracy. Look, who am I to question this MILF? Which leads me to something that I'm going to talk about later. Stick around. I have a message later. For some of you in the audience.
But wait! There's more!
I get it. These MILFs are hot. I get it. I'm into that too. But don't trust them, some of them. Don't trust some of them. They're gonna cringe it up for you. I'm telling you. And so look, I've got a thing about this. Stick around. Well, we're here to talk about Cuba. They said, no, Fidel Castro. You see the world in too many colors. That frustrates me. Because I cannot see in. I only see in like grays and browns. And I'm gonna run you out, Fidel Castro, with my aggressive Cuban hip-hop. That's how I'm going to undermine. I don't like the color red because I can't see it, Fidel Castro. And I'm gonna run you out with the help of USAID. Have I told you about USAID? Yes, we're here to help. We are not associated with the government. Swearsy realsy. That's right. We're here to spread democracy throughout foreign nations. Swearsy realsy. We're not associated with the CIA whatsoever. And if they're doing this in Cuba to Cuba's hip hop scene, and they're funneling this, like if this is the shit we know about, then imagine what they're doing on the home front.
How do they sort of try to foment more dissent? I mean, who did they have on the ground?
Well, USAID activities in Cuba are illegal there. So people who operate or participate in those programs can go to jail. So what the USAID contractors did is they went to Serbia, where they recruited two Serbian music promoters to help them in Cuba. The reason why they thought this would work was because in 2000, it was a youth movement and student protest concerts in Serbia that helped bring down the presidency of Slobodan Milosevic.
So there was already a community there. There was already citizen speech against the government that was happening?
Already, oh yes. The hip-hop scene was pretty much at its peak at that time. The artists were speaking out against the government. It took a lot of people, I think, by surprise to realize how much dissent was allowed in Cuba at the time. But the artists that USAID was focusing on were called Los Aldeanos. And they had a song called Rap is War.
And so where did this go wrong? How did the Cuban government find out, or what were the repercussions of this program?
Well, the people that were part of the program kept getting detained by the Cuban officials, who would go through their computers and their thumb drives and were constantly trying to figure out what was going on.
They just kept finding terabytes and terabytes of child porn on a Windows 95 hard drive. It was weird. Yes, she's smashable. Of course she's smashable. But I'm telling you, it's a Trojan MILF trap. Don't get me wrong, I'm into it too. Don't get me wrong. But don't fall for it. More on that later.
You're okay. This one, real fucking ugly.
We gotta stay focused. We gotta stay focused. We're talking about foreign aid. I want to stay serious. I want to stay adult. We need to talk about
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
And how it's funding all of these weird things abroad, you know, for spreading democracy. Look, if all they were trying to do was overthrow Fidel Castro and kill JFK,
Good man. Nixon's pro-war and pro-family.
like if that was all they were trying to do, cool. That would be awesome. But like, I'm sure you heard about all the other things that USAID is spending your hard-earned tax money on.
Karen.
Do you know if Mr. Musk took the same oath that you and other senior advisors to the president took about adhering to the Constitution, following the law? Do you know if he took that oath?
I don't know the answer to that question, but like I told Caitlin, I can get back to you guys on that.
And do you know what expertise he has in the areas of global health or humanitarian aid to be able to assess what's happening at USAID?
Well, first of all, Elon Musk is a once-in-a-generation business leader. He is an entrepreneur. He serves as a great ally and a friend to the president. And I think Elon Musk also has a little bit of common sense. And I think the American people really appreciate that when it comes to the federal government, because it seems like all common sense has been lost in this city. And that's what you see when you look at USAID. I know Secretary Rubio made some comments about how he will be acting as the director over that agency. And here's the reason why Elon Musk and others have been taking a look. Because if you look at the waste and abuse that has run through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government.
I think it's pretty weird. We're going around the rest of the world spreading this ideology of...
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
And everybody is losing their fucking minds because how dare you take away our AIDS? AIDS! But let me remind you, you can help our sponsor by going to buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. That's right. You don't need US AIDS when you can get throat AIDS.
And now, for antiseptic throat AIDS, here's Ed, who's an authority on three-way action.
Well, actually,
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
Why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
And you know who else is losing weight? The U.S. government. We're getting rid of the fat. We're trimming the fat, and I'm telling you. You're saying, oh, it's spirit. Here it goes again.
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
They're just getting rid of the Chinas. They're getting rid of the chinks. I'm telling you, there's more to this than meets the eye. Much like the billion-year-old fight throughout the galaxy between Autobots and Decepticons, there is a billion-year-old fight between the Western world and the Chink Empire. Nobody talks about it. And I'm saying, I know, spirits off his rocker, but I'm just saying they're trimming the fat and there might be something more to this, folks.
Well, new at 4, Reuters is reporting the Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Agriculture had to be escorted out by security after refusing to comply with her firing by President Trump. The report says that Phyllis Fong, a 22-year veteran of the department, had told colleagues she intended to stay after the administration failed to follow protocol. That's when security agents escorted her out on Monday.
I mean, they had to.
Stop racing!
No! I'm just saying look, hear me out. Uncle Chew warned you.
China is here.
I'm just saying. Hello, priest. Have I told you about the Chinaman?
What the fuck are you talking about? The Chinaman is not the issue here, dude. I'm talking about drawing a line in the sand, dude. Across this line, you do not. Also, dude, Chinaman is not the preferred nomenclature. Asian American, please.
Okay, fair enough. We're getting rid of a lot of Asian Americans from the government. I'm just noticing things. Look. When other people notice things, I'm just noticing things. I'm just noticing all, let it. Just noticing a lot of...
Just a poor Chinese boy,
And how dare you are keeping me from my Department of Agriculture. My Department of Agriculture.
USDA Inspector General had launched investigations into the listeria outbreak at Boar's Head, Virginia plant and Elon Musk's brain implant startup, Neuralink.
Ah, so you were in charge of investigating that whole Boar's Head listeria outbreak thing. It's all making sense now.
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
I mean, it's not like they didn't unleash a biovirus on the whole fucking world and kill a bunch of people, but no, guys, we're totally not in a war with them. It's not like they didn't just fly a balloon. A balloon. Like probably countless balloons. Countless balloons flying over the skies. I know, you're saying, Spirit's lost his mind, he's off his rocker. Dare I say it, he's getting a little... But hear me out. Hear me out, because we are cutting the fat, people. No more of the pork fat.
Got breaking news on charges against a former Fed official. Steve Leisman's got the details. Steve.
Thank you, Melissa. Yes, the Justice Department just the last hour charged a former senior Federal Reserve official with conspiracy to commit economic espionage. The justice says a 63-year-old John Harold Rogers is alleged to have passed, quote, sensitive trade secret information from the Federal Reserve to co-conspirators in China. Rogers was said specifically to solicit briefing books for governors, proprietary data sets, and sensitive information about FOMC deliberations. Apparently, he printed this info out or sent it to his personal email in violation of Federal Reserve rules in preparation for trips to China. Rogers allegedly made false statements to the Federal Reserve's Inspector General about accessing and passage of this information, as well as its association with co-conspirators. He worked as a Fed senior advisor in the Division of International Finance from 2010 to 2020.
Today, Junior, this is important. You're saying that the Federal Reserve has been infiltrated? And that they've given all of our important, valuable economic information to a foreign nation. And I always was told by Spurgs and Rumble chats that the Federal Reserve only had one type of people who were pulling the strings.
What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Targaryen. My tricks gonna work on me. Only money.
I was told by Spurs and Rumble chats that only Tridarians dealt in the Federal Reserve. Mind tricks didn't work on them, only money. And now you're telling me some chinky slant-eyed son of a bitch infiltrated the Federal Reserve, gave all of the nuke codes to our money to David Lopan. I'm just saying what this stuttering fool is trying to tell you. I was always told that the Federal Reserve was run by a select group of people. That's what the Spurgs and the Rumble chats told me. But they gave a bunch of the, but they gave it all to China. They got, and you're, look, I get it. You watch this show, you know He's drunk again. Here he goes.
China, China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
I know everybody in China. They're taking all of our secrets. The Chinese, the chinky ways. They don't want to fight. The art of fighting without fighting. Bruce Lee tried to warn you, and that's why they had to kill him. Ask yourself, what would Bruce Lee do? No. We ask ourselves, what would David Carradine do? That's right. David Carradine would say, nope, seen enough. Not for me. I'm done with this shit.
Well, now I've seen everything.
These fucking not, it's not, look, I'm old. I'm getting old and I'm getting long in the tooth. Gray in my whiskers and so forth. And I'm a good 2 or 3 generations behind the times now. Back in my day, we used to play with He-Man toys. We had the Skeletor and the He-Man, and one was the bad guy and one was the good guy, and that's the way we liked it. Simpler times back when they were fighting over a magical sword in Castle Grayskull. But these kids these days who don't know about the Atari, they don't know about the Mario, they don't know about the Sonic the Hedgehog before it got all weird and gay and you know. Innocent times, simpler times, before kids were tied to their laptop, TV, boob tube, telephone sets, giving all of their information to China, playing their Roblox, playing their boob tubes, watching their Monique Gabrielle. That's what the kids are into these days. I'm hip with it. I know what the kids are into these days with their Monique Gabrielles. But I'm telling you, it's a MILF trap. I'm telling you, I'm just seeding the soil for future content. It's a MILF trap. You're looking at the TikToks of the Monique Gabrielles and you're just giving all of your info to China. I'm telling you. I know.
China, China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
Tech experts are telling ABC News that DeepSeek, a popular new AI program, has a hidden code that could send your personal data directly to the Chinese government. Now, these explosive allegations come just 1 week after the AI company sent AI stock to dive on Wall Street by presenting a cheaper but equally effective option for artificial intelligence. ABC's Aaron Katersky with more.
A security expert is raising alarms about the explosive new AI service from Chinese upstart DeepSeek. The expert tells ABC News he has found hidden in DeepSeek's computer code the capability to collect data from American users and potentially send it directly to the Chinese government.
We see direct links to servers and to companies in China that are under control of the Chinese government. And this is something that we've never seen in the past.
DeepSeek concedes it sends data to China, but where Ivan Sirani at cybersecurity firm Ferut says it may end up is concerning.
The software code loaded on DeepSeek's website has a direct reference and ability to send information to China Mobile's servers.
China Mobile is a state-owned telecommunications company that has been sanctioned in this country over fears it could cause irreparable damage to U.S. national security.
We always suspect
that technology sold by a Chinese-based company has a backdoor accessible to the Chinese government.
China is going in through the back door. You heard it here first. I'm telling you, China's going in through the back door. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? They're going in through the back door. Who knows more about the back door than the U.S. military? Listen, I'm here to tell you. I want you, don't leave. Don't leave.
This show ain't no good.
Because I have a love story. I have a love story coming up that you need to hear about. You need to listen to. Uncle Chu warned you.
China is here, Mr.
A love story to last through the generations. China's here. And who dumber? What a more gullible target than the U.S. military for David Lopan to sow his seeds of discord through hopefully not Discord, because I like that app. I like that one. I hope if it's run by trannies, I'll take it, but hopefully not David Lopan.
And there is another Chinese threat to U.S. security, and it also involves high technology.
Jim Axelrod shows you how Chinese spies are targeting U.S. service members on social media to get American military secrets.
It was here on this sprawling seaside Navy base in Southern California where Thomas Zhao, then a 26-year-old naval electrician, admitted to passing sensitive documents to an undercover Chinese intelligence officer. We obtained this recording of his confession.
So why were you taking money from him? It's free money. He's just taking a couple pictures.
He absolutely betrayed his country.
Sitting across from Zhao on that day in August 2023, NCIS Special Agent Ryan Norris.
I think he, over the past 2 years, had a relationship that he knew was nefarious, and I think he was realizing he was finally caught.
The gig was up.
Exactly.
Oh, he had a nefarious relationship, you say?
That nefarious relationship began in a networking group on the Chinese-owned social media app WeChat. The Chinese intelligence officer posed as an investor.
The intelligence officer presented himself as a researcher that was looking at the global markets.
By then, Norris told us, COVID had made it more difficult for spies to travel abroad. So China's intelligence officers started leaning on virtual espionage.
Oh, wow. You know, it was harder to talk to people in person during COVID. You're right. You're right. It was more difficult to talk to people in person during COVID. So I'm sure that a lot of people formed very, very close relationships during the COVID years with people online. I could see that happening, but what did Uncle Chu warn you about?
China is here, Mr. Burt.
People building unhealthy relationships that last over years. Listen, I'm here to tell you.
But wait! There's more!
There's more. A love story to last through the years. I know what you're saying.
China, China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
But do you know China? And do you know? 'Cause I hate to tell you, but
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
people building relationships over the internet during COVID with people they don't otherwise know. Look, I'm going somewhere with this. Look, the smart people. The smart people, because you're smart people. You're smart people who go to buymeacoffee.com/Moose7. You're smart people. who see that I'm going somewhere with this. I've got a story to tell you about love, deception, Chinaman.
What are you talking about? The Chinaman is not the issue here, dude. I'm talking about drawing a line in the sand, dude. Across this line, you do not. Also, dude, Chinaman is not the preferred nomenclature. Asian American, please.
With a little Asian girl. Beware of who you talk to over the internet.
Gleaning military secrets through online contacts. In the last 2 years, federal law enforcement agents have told us they've identified about a dozen such cases. They've secured convictions against 3 service members recruited by suspected undercover agents of China.
They will turn over every stone to try and collect what they can.
Kevin Vorndren heads the FBI's counterintelligence division. U.S. officials told us China is trolling professional networking sites, including LinkedIn, to find American service members and others who hold U.S. government security clearances.
Did you hear that? China is literally trolling us.
Members of the military, former members of the military, list their resumes. It exposes their expertise. And through that, it makes targeting by an intelligence service and a sophisticated intelligence service simple to accomplish.
In Zhao's case, what started as chats about stock trades began to veer into sensitive areas. Questions about naval exercises in the Pacific, where China seeks to challenge U.S. military strength.
In the end, he received approximately $15,000.
Court records revealed the agent asked Zhao to take photographs and videos of restricted areas and told him to destroy evidence of their communications.
How does that not raise every red flag available to Thomas Zhao?
It should have. And Zhao stated that he questioned the intelligence officer occasionally.
When I tried to cut the relationship with them, it's like, it's already like kind of late.
You feel like you were trapped?
Yeah.
Zhao, a U.S. citizen since he was 12, was arrested, pleaded guilty, and is currently serving more than 2 years for bribery and conspiracy. But his actions did not rise to the level of espionage.
I was like, this is impossible.
His wife told us while her husband made a mistake, he was just as shocked as anyone that he was dealing with a Chinese intelligence officer.
Was Thomas Zhao scammed, or did he willfully and knowingly betray his country?
He will never do that. He will never betray this country. That's not him.
That's not him. That's not him. He's a character. See, he was manipulated. Who manipulated him? David Ropan. David Ropan. He'll give it a sit. That's right. I want to tell you Ruv story, a Ruv You Rong Time story. That's right. Sit back, enjoy. Welcome to the show, folks. BuyMeACoffee.com/MooseHeaven.
China, China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Shi Pei Pu? Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Shi Pei Pu? I thought not. It's not the kind of tale that the politically correct climate would tell you about these days. They wouldn't want you to know about the tragedy of Shi Pei Pu, but we're here to unlock the truth, to go through the looking glass.
We're through the looking glass here, people.
Let me tell you the tragedy of Shi Pei Pu. You see, there was this French diplomat. There was a French diplomat and he was on travel to China. And this French diplomat at a party struck eyes with a dancer, singer, opera star named Shi Pei Pu. And at this party, this French diplomat, he laid eyes on the beautiful lotus flower of Shi Pei Pu and said, "What kind of a marvelous, exquisite lotus flower is this that blooms before me? That goes by the name of Shi Pei Pu. The most beauteous, radiant lotus flower with features carved in jade, named Shi Pei Pu. The definition of a woman, the most womanly woman that I have ever laid eyes upon, named Shi Pei Pu. Oh, Shi Pei Pu, love you too. I'm so goddamn in love with you, Shi Pei Pu. You're the most womanly, real woman that I've ever met in my life. Me, the French diplomat. Me, the French diplomat that I am. I've never met a more womanly woman in all of my life. A beautiful, radiant rose named Shi Pei Pu. I'm goddamn in love with you, Shi Pei Pu. Oh, Shi Pei Pu, love you too. You're the most beautiful, exquisite flower that I've ever seen in my life, Shi Pei Pu. I want to spend every waking moment with you. I, a French diplomat with access to top secret French diplomatic information, I want to spend every waking fucking moment with you, Shi Pei Pu, because I fucking love you. Oh, Shi Pei Pu, love you too. But I hate to tell you, but
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
oh, that's right. In case you didn't know, Shi Pei Pu was a man, baby. Singer, opera star, dancer, Shi Pei Pu. That's a man, baby. And it gets more racy than that. Oh, wait. There's more. Trust me. All right, wait for it.
But wait, there's more.
So then, you would think, as most of you in the chat, because you're smart people who watch this show, most of you in the chat, you would have already figured this ruse out. You would have said,
Don't you know another tune? Get out of here!
that ain't no man, baby. Or that ain't a woman, baby. That's a man. Oh, but she paid for a review. God damn, you're so alluring, Sheepy Boo. I love you. I love you so goddamn much. I want to spend every fucking moment with you, Sheepy Boo. Every moment away from you I spend is like agony, and I lust for the name, the exquisite rose of a flower that rolls off my tongue named Sheepy Boo. Sheepy Boo, Ruv You Rong Time too. Oh my God, Sheepy Boo, you're just... Everything you say just is music to my ears. I love you so much. I, the French diplomat, I love you, Sheepy Boo. And how was this romance able to carry on, you ask? Because you're smart people, and you're asking the real questions. You're saying, Sheepy Boo, I don't buy you. I don't buy you, Sheepy Boo.
You're okay. This one, real fucking ugly.
And you're saying to me, Spirit, you're nuts. You're telling me that this French diplomat carried on a relationship with Sheepy Boo for 20 years and didn't realize that he was a dude?
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
But what are you smoking? And the answer is, Maui Wowie. This episode brought to you by Maui Wowie. God damn it, Sheepy Boo, you're the most womanly woman I've ever seen in my fucking life. I, a French diplomat, I wanna fuck you night and day, Sheepy Boo, because I'm in goddamn love with you.
Oh, your big American penis at large. Oh, Sheepy Boo. For your big American penis at large for a real Chinese Asian girl.
I'm French, but thank you very much. You flatter me. That's okay. I'll just give you the tip.
Just a tip.
Just a tip.
Just a tip.
That's okay. I love you, Sheepy Boo. Why? Because Sheepy Boo was a dude, in case you didn't know already. And how is Sheepy Boo able to pull off this ruse?
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
Because Sheepy Boo, much like Pai Mei was able to suck his genitalia up into his body cavity enough to give the appearance of a shallow vagina. A shallow woman's genitalia, enough for shallow penetration.
Oh, your big American penis at large.
That's okay, Sheepy Boo. I love you so much. I'll just give you the tip. Dick, balls sucked up inside for China. All this in the name of China.
I know China very well. I know
Dick balls, little shallow. Oh,
you're too large for a real Asian girl.
That's okay. I fucking love you, Sheepy Boo. I fucking love you so goddamn much. I love you, Sheepy Boo. I love you, Sheepy Boo.
Okay, well, you write every day. You write the Sheepy Boo every day, and you send the top secret of French documents to Sheepy Boo.
Anything for you, Sheepy Boo. I love you so goddamn much. You're the most womanly woman I've ever met in my manly woman life. And I'll send you every top secret French foreign document I have. Shipepu, I love you so goddamn. Okay, Shipepu, I love you too. That's great. And then he comes back in a year. He's after sending all of these French foreign documents, and Shipepu. And I must emphasize, I'm not making any of this story up, people. I'm telling you only the truth. I speak only the truth. Look it up. Look it up. That a year later, this French diplomat goes back to China. Shipepu sees his lover Shipepu again with her shallow Asian vagina. And Shipepu says, "Oh, this is your son. This is your son." What he didn't know was Shipepu had purchased a Uyghur child, a 4-year-old Uyghur child, because like that's how they roll in China. You can purchase Uyghur children for like whatever the fuck you want. You can put them in a stew and eat them. You can like make a coat out of them like Cruella de Vil. You can do whatever the fuck you want with a Uyghur child. You can just buy them. And so this bitch, me Ruv You Rong Time, me buy a Uyghur child. And this is your child. This is your son. And then he came back a year later and he said, oh my God, that's my son? That's my son? I don't know why he looks like a 4-year-old boy, but and the last time I saw you was a year ago, but oh my God, my fucking son, my fucking beautiful baby son. What's his name, Shipepu? What? Oh, his name is Shidudu. You're fucking kidding me. No, I'm not kidding you. Look it up. Look it up if you don't believe me. His name is Shidudu. Oh my God, what a beautiful fucking name, Shidudu. Oh my God, he looks just like me. Yeah, he looks just like you. He looks just like me, I know. He looks just like you. Oh my God, my beautiful 4-year-old baby son that I fathered 9 months ago. Oh my God, Shidudu, you're a beautiful spitting image of your father. Oh my God. I love you, Shipepu. I couldn't be fucking happier. I'm so fucking happy. I'm so happy right now. I could send you 1,000 top secret French documents. Okay. Shipepu, love you too. You send a top secret French document. Okay, I will. Anything for you, Shipepu. I'll send you top secret French documents. Anything you want. Anything you want, Shipepu. And say, except. I feel like, oh God damn. Eventually, like, the truth came out. Shipepu, love you too. I'm not. Look, any doubters out there, look, just fact check me on this. Tell me I'm wrong. This all happened. Oh, Shipepu, Ruv You too. This your son, Shidudu. He's already not the vigor. You're Muslim that I bought it from a black market. Oh my God, this beautiful baby son that looks just like me named Shidudu. Oh my God, I'm gonna send all of these top secret French documents to you. I love you. I love you, you beautiful, radiant woman. And then both of them got tried for espionage. The truth came out, and this fucking dude tried to kill himself when the truth came out. He believed it all the way up until the end. That's how far China will go. And I'm not kidding you guys. If you think I'm fucking kidding you and making this up, you haven't heard of the tragedy of Shipepu because because our modern day media isn't prepared to tell you of such tale. But I'm telling you that what if I were to tell you David fucking Cronenberg made a movie out of it.
After a century of foreign influence, Asia was about to reclaim herself.
The Red Guard has emerged as a genuinely potent reactionary political force which will seize upon any excuse to justify the expulsion of all foreigners from China.
Onto this immense stage came a diplomat with a romantic vision.
I, René Gallimard, have known and been loved by the perfect woman.
And a performer who brought his fantasy to life. Theirs was a world that can never be revisited. From director David Cronenberg comes an epic story of love and its power to deceive.
That's right, I told you, you cultured elite who watched this
Academy
program.
Award winner Jeremy Irons. The Last Emperor's John Lone. Nothing blinds a man to reality like perfect love.
Perfect love, nothing blinds
The prosecution claims Monsieur Gallimard was fully aware of the implications of his espionage activities.
Inspired by the true story and based on the Tony Award-winning play, M. Butterfly.
I told you, I'm not making any of this shit up. You cultured elite, you who sit upon this throne of culture. You see, you're not like this drooling masses. You're the drooling masses who say, oh, there's spirit. There he goes again.
China, I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
But do you know about Shipepu? Have you heard the tragedy of Shipepu? Because Shipepu Ruv You too. Shipepu Ruv You Rong Time. But that was just like an isolated thing, right? Shipepu pulling her male genitalia up into her body cavity to disguise, to give the illusion of female genitalia, buying a child on the black market, all in the name of Chinese espionage. No. They're not capable. China. I know China very well.
China, I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
There's not. You're telling me Shipepu was a long time ago. Nothing like that's going on now. I'm just saying, beware of who you're talking to online. A lot of people got very lonely during COVID. They made a lot of friends online and they don't know who some of those people are in real life. And I'm just saying, beware. Some of them are skunks.
Darling, I have waited for you. I remove them from you, the bonds of slavery. Viola! Just to think, radiant flower, you do not have to come with me to the Casbah. We are already here. And so, mon chéri, we can do away with the dull preliminaries and make love right away. We can can spend the rest of our lives making love. We shall flee to Capri. This small coquette, she's thinking by running away, she can make herself more attractive to me. How right she is.
Open your heart truly to yourself. Respect others. And don't try to be the best one. Be the unique one. Be different from others.
Being different has been a constant in Jinjing's life and career. Born male, she was recognized as a child prodigy and was admitted into a prestigious dance troupe within the People's Liberation Army, aged just 9. She became a decorated colonel and China's #1 male dancer. But then
China #1 male dancer.
Life took a different path. It was while studying dance in New York that she began her transition to female. And upon returning to China, she became the first public figure to undergo gender reassignment surgery.
How supportive of your decision were your parents at the time?
I'm so lucky because how much they understanding about the transgender issue, that's another talk with my parents. But I think the love from my parents helped them overcome such issues. So I think, that's it. I always say I'm the person I fully respect the copyright. These two people created me. I want to change the format out of their creation. If they have no problem, I have no problem at all. Yes.
But what about the reaction in China at that time, Jin? Because people's views was that it was quite conservative at that time.
But in that time society, it is conservative. But in Chinese, we have a tradition with separating things. Because they don't put this LGBT group certain things. No, they said homosexual, and this transgender is another issue. Maybe she just need to correct it, fix it.
So, in China, let me explain. In China, so it's different. The LGBT, the gay, and the transsexual. The gays are bad. But the transsexual, they just need a real help. They just said, they're just real confused. I know. Look.
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
I know everybody in China, and I'm telling you, the the legacy of Xi lives on in China. If you think I'm fucking kidding, hang in there, guys. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. No, you ain't seen nothing yet. But baby, you ain't just seen. That song is very offensive to people who have stutters. Very offensive. I have friends in protected groups. Very protected groups.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
主持人金星，
谢谢，我是你们的红娘金星。When I become a teenager, that time I start to have doubting about myself. I said, maybe I'm the homosexual. Then I said, okay, what can I do? To tell anybody or kill myself? No. When I went to America to study modern dance, that time I was thinking myself, I should go back myself, find my own roots as a woman.
What's our problem?
almost take my left leg away. As a dancer, it's a, terrible tragedy. I really.
Oh, they almost had taken my left leg away. In your quest to be.
I'm just a poor Chinese boy,
And I want to be a real Asian girl. David Rapan, please perform your necromancy on me. Castrate my penis. Oh no, my left leg. I can't use my left leg. Small price to pay for Chairman Mao. I know. You're saying he's drunk again. There goes Spirit.
China. I know China very well.
I'm telling you, hang in there. I've got something for you. You bold, you brave retards who are still watching this show. I love you, and I want to reward you. I have something very amazing. It's amazing. Tremendous. It's really. You wouldn't believe it. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. It would be compromising national security. We need to talk about these trannies from China first.
Fighting for my life become today. I'm not showing my pretty face, perfect voice. No, I give you a life experience. That's why people want to see the truth. The truth, the real voice, I think, attract people.
They want to see the truth. They want to see the pretty voice. They want to see the real truth. The pretty girls. Oh, real Asian girl. Oh, you are. She people love you too. Oh my God, Sheepapu, you're the most beautiful, radiant, lotus flower woman I've ever seen in my fucking life. I wanna penetrate you so hard. Oh, you big American, the penis are too large for Sheepapu. That's okay, Sheepapu. That's okay. I'll accept that you bought a 4-year-old child on the black market to disguise it as my own, because. Just because that happened 50 years ago doesn't mean that kind of shit doesn't go on right now. I'm telling you. I consider myself a little bit of an expert.
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
I know all of them. I know all of the slant eyes. I know how they roll. I know all of the bats they eat. Okay? And I know, but look, I may be drunk, but I know one thing.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
And in the spirit of DEI, I feel like we need to hear the voice of the most oppressed people of the world, the transgender, Chinese, communist community. I feel like they have not been represented enough. I feel like they have not been given a voice. Every day, all I hear about is Mexicans.
Scanning for Mexicans. Ah. We've got a Mexican!
But I'm here to use my point of privilege to elevate voices of minority figures. And I want to know what life is like for the transgender community in China. Guys, we're breaking new ground. You only get this kind of content on Moose Heaven. BuyMeACoffee.com/MooseHeaven. Help support foreign. AIDS. That's bringing you transgenderism in China, guys. I don't even know how to set this one up, guys. I'm sorry.
That ain't no woman. It's a man, man.
我节目看女孩打扮的时候，花招展，我自己心里就炫目。哎，这什么我就不能。像我有一天我会做一个女孩子和女人。
但是我觉得每个人都有这个选择嘛。
你喜欢这件啊？真的？可以试，这个可以试衣服吗？可以试吗？
没有试穿。
这不是有试衣间吗？我套一下。我不是我穿啊，不是我穿。
2%的人们带着一种心态。这种心态呢？
Hold on, you motherfuckers. I need to go get another beer. You're gonna be subjected to at least one more minute of this.
这好像是，这好像看一个，行外来客似的。
那以后你还会去逛街吗？像今天这样子？
逛。
会啊。
为什么不逛？只要有时间就逛，不怕。站得出来。节目看女孩打扮的时候，花招展，我自己心里就炫目。哎，这什么我就不能。我既然我喜欢，我怎么办？我不得把它改得严严实实的。
Oh my god, sad piano music. Oh my god, Chipepu, I love you so goddamn much. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my goddamn life, Chipepu. Oh my god, Chipepu. Oh my god, Chipepu. I love you so goddamn much. Chipepu, I love you too. Oh my god, anything you want, Chipepu, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll compromise national security of my home country of France. Anything you want, Chipepu. Okay, Chipepu, I love you too. Look. I run a professional show around here, and now would be a good time to remind you of the scientific research that we're doing for you.
AIDS contains one of the most effective appetite suppressants you can buy, and AIDS contains no stimulant.
So why don't you let AIDS help you lose weight and keep it off?
AIDS helps you stay the way you want to be.
That's right.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
We need to support AIDS. AIDS, US AIDS, for wholesome content like this throughout the lands.
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
Why she people refugee? Buy me coffee.com /S'mores Heaven. You send all your top secret, the French documents.
My God. Tranny. And that's why we're gonna lose. Hey guys, I'm here to be an adult right now with this on the screen. Hey guys, this is Spirit talking. I'm here to give you a public service announcement. Be on the lookout.
Good man. Nixon's pro-war and pro-family.
Not just for sheep-a-poos on the internet, but I want to draw attention to one more thing before we close out tonight. I want to draw attention to one more thing that I want to be on your radar and think about as we push forward into this golden age.
Thanks, Mayor Simpson. Because of you, we're all taking golden showers.
This is why we're gonna lose.
What?
This is why we're gonna lose, and I told you so. And I told you so. And I'm saying this not because I want to be proven right. I hope I'm not proven right. But I'm going to be. Listen. I've been talking to my advisors, racist C-3PO.
Can't abide those jobs. Disgusting creatures.
Okay? He's got some very intelligent things to say, but among them, okay? We are going to burn ourselves out on cringe, and by we, excuse me, I mean the right, or whatever you want to call it, the opposition to the left. We're gonna burn ourselves out on cringe, and I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, and I warned you. And I don't say this because I want to be proven right. I hope I'm not proven right, but I will be. That we're all gonna be burned out on this cringe shit because you let people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and I really hate to say this. I really hate... Look. I hate to bring her into the mix, but... Well, I should probably play the clip first.
The gentlelady has used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Let
it's
Chairman,
disgusting.
Do I need to play it again?
Used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Let
it's
Chairman,
disgusting.
let the gentleman state his parliamentary inquiry. To me, a slur is a slur, and here in the committee, a level of decorum requires us to try consciously to avoid slurs. You just heard the gentlelady actually actively, robustly repeat it, and I would just ask the chairman that she be counseled that we ought not to be engaged. We can have debate and policy discussion without offending human beings who are fellow citizens.
Look, I hate to be on the side of Alan Dulles here. This is not about the word tranny. I will say it too. Tranny. But guess what? Guess what, you motherfuckers? I have a stupid 200 subscriber show on YouTube. I'm not talking to somebody in Congress. That's the difference. When congressional hearings start sounding like Rumble chats, we've lost. We've fucking lost. I hate to tell you, this is fucking a bitter pill to swallow. And the people who are here, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, but I appreciate that you're listening. It's a bitter pill. Perhaps you should consider our sponsor, Throat AIDS.
And now, for Anticept Throat AIDS, here's Ed, who's an authority on three-way action.
Well, actually,
Guess what? I said it. I told you, Donald Trump will win. But everybody in a monkey's paw, like M. Night Shyamalan, Ding Dong Reverse Uno card, dystopian future, we're going to lose in the long game because we're going to be cringe, because we're going to let everything become like a Rumble chat, and we're going to yell tranny, Jew, spurg fucking nonsense. And then nobody's gonna take us seriously. Can you imagine? I want you to imagine, you intelligent, brave few people who are still listening. You imagine if they were to do a DEI, a hearing on DEI policies, and Nancy Mace or whomever is out there going, N-word. I don't fucking care. And then you retards, I'm not talking to you because you guys are smart, but you retards in the Rumble chats of America are gonna go, bro, you're stepping on my fucking constitutional free speech to yell the N-word in Jewsburg and go tranny. Yeah, you don't want to hear this. You don't care to hear this because I'm fucking right. I'm fucking right. Nobody wants to hear this, but I say this with no joy in my bitter black soul that you're gonna ruin this for yourself with this kind of shit. This fucking tranny shit. It's one thing to bring it into a Rumble chat. It's another to bring it into the decorum of the hallows of government.
And so I would ask, as a parliamentary inquiry, whether the use of that phrase is not, in fact, a violation of the decorum rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men and women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some guy.
My inquiry is to the chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. The inquiry is about decorum. Decorum is at the discretion of the chair.
That's
I will be honest,
Mr. Chairman.
with the ranking member. I'm not up to date on my.
Okay. I need to draw attention. It might have gone by you really quick, but she said that's mansplaining. That's mansplaining. Okay, that's mansplaining. That's mansplaining what you just said. Let me ask you a question, you brave pole warriors of the internet fighting for the white knightness of Euro Christendom. This is who you want representing you? This is what you want? This is what you want? You look, hold on. Let's get this out of the way really quick. I get it. She's a hot fucking MILF. I get it. I'm into that. I get it. But it's a Trojan MILF. I'm telling you, it's a Trojan MILF, and you shouldn't fall for it. And you're all gonna fall for it because it's what's gonna happen. It's what the right does. It's what the right does as a reactionary retard. As a reactionary retard revolution against the fucking. They want to own the libtards so bad that they're gonna go and ruin it for themselves, yelling tranny, tranny, tranny. That's mansplaining. This is what you want. This is what you want. You right-wing retards, this is who you want. Representing you is Nancy Mace yelling tranny, tranny, and talking about mansplaining. This is what you want representing you. I'm telling you, it's a fucking Trojan MILF, and it's gonna come back to bite you in the fucking ass. I'm telling you.
Don't you know another tune? Get out of here!
I mean, you're not wrong, Corey. I don't want to be anti-women. That's not how I roll, but Jesus fucking Christ, I'm talking to a certain demographic of people. This is what you want representing you? Is these fucking bitches who are being catty to each other on the... I'm talking about, look, I'm not agreeing with Colonel Mustard over here. I'm not agreeing with Colonel Mustard. It's about decorum. Jesus fucking Christ, just goddamn have decorum. Like, I'm not having decorum, but this is not how I would speak in front of people with suits and ties in front of a congressional goddamn hearing. That's not how I talk, like I'm doing a goddamn stream and drunk off my ass. No, that's not the kind of energy you need to bring. You don't need to bring the kind of energy that you have in a Rumble chat to goddamn the fucking congressional fuck. You get what I'm saying? Look, what I'm saying is don't trust these fucking MILFs because they're goddamn catty. They're gonna call each other bitches on the fucking floor of the Congress.
Two of the most controversial Republicans in Congress had a profane exchange on the House floor today. The feud was between Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. It was caught on camera. You can see them chatting there, and it led to a lot of questions. There was reporting that the word, and pardon my language here, or the phrase, little bitch, was thrown around. When asked about it by reporters earlier today, Greene said this.
Daily Beast story about you calling her an expletive accurate?
I will not confirm or deny.
And Lauren Boebert said this.
Yeah, I'm not in middle school.
So what happened? Well, Greene's spokesperson has now confirmed tonight that the Georgia Republican did in fact use that language with her colleague while accusing Boebert of, get this, copying her article.
You're copying my articles of impeachment. Oh my fucking God. This is the level we're talking about, people. This is what I'm saying. This is what you want. These are the people you want representing you. Oh my God, you're copying my articles of impeachment, you little bitch. Here's the problem. The right wing doesn't have any intellectual leadership. That's a bigger topic for another day, but that's the problem. The right wing doesn't have any intellectual leadership because they're led by dumbass fucking retard soccer moms like Marjorie Greene Taylor.
January 20th. And I was so fired up watching the press conference today when President Trump said that he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America that I directed my leg staff to immediately draft legislation. And we are entering it right now to officially change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And Congress has to do this because we have to fund the name change in maps. We have to fund the name change through all types of, like the military, FAA, etc.
Etc. We gotta fund all of that with taxpayer dollars. Look, are you hearing this shit? Are you hearing this shit? Let's get over.
You're okay. This one, real fucking ugly.
Yeah. No, I get it. The GOP's got. They've got the MILF section cornered. I get that, but Marjorie Ring Taylor exceptionalized. But are you hearing this shit? Do I need to play it again?
To the Gulf of America, and Congress has to do this because we have to fund the name change in maps. We have to fund the name change through all types of, like the military, FAA, etc.
Etc. We gotta take all of your hard-earned taxpayer money. Like, break this down, you retards who think she's so fucking based or whatever. Oh my God, the government, the federal government under the Democrats are spending their money on such ridiculous things like LGBT plays in Yugoslavia. We need to spend our taxpayer money on hard-earned things like changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. We need to take all your money, like. You retards. You retards who fall for this. Yeah, the government's wasting money. The federal government's wasting money on inept shit. And that's why we need to direct more federal spending to change all the names of the maps and the U.S. military, etc., over to the Gulf of America. Like, is this who you want? Is this what you want? I'm telling you, I'm warning you, I'm giving you a warning. I told you, I'm the old man who's come out of the desert, eyes blind with sand. I've seen the devil, I've played chess and Battleship and won. I've come back to give you the commandments written in stone, and it's don't trust these fucking MILFs. They may be hot. Marjorie Green Taylor exceptionalized.
You're okay. This one, real fucking ugly.
Don't trust these GOP MILFs because they bear bad fruit. It's not just their eggs that have run dry. No, it's their souls. What do you think, Republican Dracula?
I say we crack down on the hippies. Blah.
Exactly, a policy that never goes wrong, that never goes out of style. We should be cracking down on the hippies. That should be our main priority. That's why we keep Republican Dracula around. I'm telling you, don't trust these Trojan MILFs. Marjorie Green Taylor and Lauren Boebert, they can't hold a candle to my girl, Anna Paulina Luna. I'm just saying, they can't hold a candle to my girl, Anna Paulina Luna. While Marjorie Green Taylor is over here trying to waste your hard-earned taxpayer money, trying to change the name of the Gulf of America. My girl, Anna Paulina Luna, she's only wasting money on trying to search for UFOs. right? You wouldn't do me dirty, right, Anna Paulina Luna?
I do want to take you to this post on X, though, that comes in from Representative Luna. This is out of Florida, and she has introduced legislation, she says, to carve President Trump's face onto Mount Rushmore. You can see this post here again on Twitter. She did say in a release here today, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna introduced legislation to arrange the carving of President Donald J. Trump on the iconic Mount Rushmore National Memorial in South Dakota.
I told you.
The bill aims to honor President Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, for his transformative impact on America and the historical significance of his leadership.
This is retarded.
The proposal emphasizes the consequential accomplishments made under President Trump's leadership, including economic growth, national security, and a foreign policy that brought peace to the world and put America first.
No, it's retarded.
Congresswoman Luna did release a further statement saying, quote, President Trump's bold leadership and steadfast dedication to America's greatness have cemented his place in history. Mount Rushmore, a timeless symbol of our nation's freedom and strength, deserves to reflect his towering legacy, a legacy further solidified by the powerful start to his second term. He will forever be remembered among the great like presidents of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt.
He will be among the great presidents like George Washing Machine, said former stripper and bartender Anna Paulina Luna. I want to love you, Anna Paulina Luna. And look, Anna Paulina Luna. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Anna Paulina Luna. I was willing to overlook the restraining order. I was willing to overlook the restraining order. But now you've just gone too far. I feel like you need to stick to looking for those UFOs, girl. Because in the end, it's not me, but a gathering of angels, okay, hear me out, appeared above my head. They sang to me a song of hope, and this is what they said. They said, come sail away. They said, come sail away. They said, come sail away with me, Anna Paulina Luna. Okay? And I was willing to overlook the restraining order. I was willing to overlook you posting extra security. But now you've gone too far. Now you've gone too far. You've gone into cringe. You've gone into silly cringe. You've gone into Rumble chat territory, and I don't know what to say. I might have to disavow you, Anna Paulina Luna. But I'm not going to, because I love you, Anna Paulina. I love you. I love you, Anna Paulina Luna. You're the most gorgeous, beautiful. You're the most gorgeous, beautiful German, Mexican, Jewish woman I've ever seen. And I hope to God you're not a man. Meanwhile, if I have to replace you, Chrissy Noam's kind of growing on me. Chrissy Noam's kind of growing on me. I like what you're talking about, Chrissy Noam. You're kind of speaking my language, Chrissy Noam. About that.
Listen, Mark, we've got the Biden administration that has utilized the programs that have been set up to facilitate the cartels laundering money for the Chinese to bring in fentanyl and other drugs to destroy the next generation of Americans. Listen, the Chinese have wanted to destroy this country for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they are partnering now with the cartels to bring in these types of poisons and kill off our kids and launder their dollars so that they can destroy us from within. So we're not just facing national security threats overseas. agencies and from the military and operations that we've always faced. They have a systematic plan to partner with other organizations and NGOs to destroy America from within and kill our children.
Wait, what the fuck? What? Hold on. Chrissy Noam. I'm sorry. My penis can only get so hard. What? The Chinese have wanted to destroy the West for hundreds of years. Because they have a weird grudge about the Boxer Rebellion.
Yeah, I'm just a poor Chinese boy, you know?
Oh my God, you're speaking my language, Chrissy Noam. I'm willing to believe. I'm starting to overlook certain things. I'm willing to believe now that Chrissy Noam might have shot that dog because it was an informant for China working for David Lopan. I'm starting to like you, Chrissy Noam, and you're starting to grow on me. I like what you're talking about. Is she? That's roots. Is she? Yeah, no. If you don't believe me, look into it. Her dad is a German and her grandfather fought for the Wehrmacht Nazis. Yeah, no, I love her. I love her. I fucking love her and I want to marry her. She's amazing. She's amazing. Her grandfather fought for the Wehrmacht. She's a Messianic Jew. I love her so much. Hence the restraining order. And I was willing to overlook that. I was willing to overlook the restraining order. I get it. I get it. I came in a little hard. I love you, Anna Paulina Luna, is all I'm saying. And you know, if we could have a romance even a quarter as much as that of Sheepapu, it's all I'm asking for. But if I have to settle, then, you know, Chrissy Noam's growing on me, you know, ever since she wore that Homeland Security vest. Trojan MILFs. I'm telling you, don't trust them. Any of them. All right. One more thing, one more story, and then we gotta go. But, no, you are. You guys have been really cool. I appreciate you hanging in there, listening to all this nonsense tonight. You, the brave, the few. I have an update. If you checked out the show last week, you heard about the Zizians, the Slurs, the Zizian Slurs. Trannies. There's some weird stuff going on with that, and I told you I would stay on top, keep you abreast of all the developments of that story. The Zizians have struck. Or at least the feds are looking into them. This is a lot to unpack, but you brave, you few, you who have stayed this long, I have an update. What are the FBI doing in North Carolina looking in the woods? And how does that relate to a vegan murder cult that has ties to sex groups in San Francisco with also ties to CEOs in Silicon Valley? Are you with me? Take a drink. trans vegan sex cults with AI gods who they want to resurrect with technology to rule over a perfect society. Like it's a lot to unpack, so let's start somewhere, okay?
Questions remain about this federal investigation, including what prompted such a large FBI presence, to what item they were looking for specifically, what brought them to this neighborhood. There were more than 50 FBI agents we saw walking through this neighborhood and some of those wooded areas behind me, which some neighbors say caught them off guard.
This morning, it woke me up out of my sleep, and it was a real loud bang. About 30 minutes apart. I thought it was just a transformer or something blowed, but it was loud.
Candace Welch says she woke up to the sound of a bang, followed by a large federal presence in this Chatham County neighborhood off of Highway 15-501 near Chapel Hill. Chopper 11 shows authorities walking through the woods in the area with the Chatham County Sheriff's Office assisting, searching for an item Welch says authorities didn't specify.
When you see the FBI, you know it's something serious. And for them to say they were looking for a missing item or something, because if it wasn't an item, it was a person, but they did say an item, so it had to be something very serious.
Ain't your mama missing her pancakes, her. So let me break this down for you, y'all. Let me give you the story within the story, because that's why you tune in here. You come here for the real truth on
Good man. Nixon's pro-war and pro-family.
So the FBI, they be looking around, you see, For real, they looking around in the woods for objects or objects related to an investigation. You see what I'm saying? And now I'm gonna tell you the truth that nobody's gonna tell you. That the FBI is scoping around a property that's related to the Zizian cult, people. A property that's owned by one of the people who's involved in the Zizian cult. Okay, bear with me. We're gonna put on our tinfoil shower caps. I know it's late in the night. Let's wind down the show with some wild ass fucking shit that I don't even know how to unpack for you. Let's put on our tinfoil shower caps. So the FBI be raiding this property. And I'm gonna tell y'all that this property that they're raiding, it's related to somebody who's related to the Zizian cult that we talked about last week. The Zizian murder cult, okay, that want to resurrect an AI god and are tied in with CEOs in Silicon Valley through sexual fucking private
leader. 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 Batman! I mean, leader!
It's a lot to unpack, okay? So let's put on our tinfoil shower caps and follow along. Let's go on this journey, guys, because what have we got to lose?
A person, but they did say an item, so it had to be something very serious.
Eyewitness News reached out to the FBI about the sound Welch says she heard and if it's related to the investigation, but the agency declined to comment further. The FBI says they were in the area to conduct court-authorized investigative activity in connection with an ongoing federal law enforcement investigation. Now, Welch says this is a quiet neighborhood, so she was taken aback by the federal presence. She also says that some agents were also in that area where she believes she heard the sound coming from, but we're still working to learn more from authorities. Reporting in Chatham County, Cindy Bay, ABC 11 Eyewitness.
Okay, I know this Chink lady has very low energy, and I'm just trying to wake you up. This property that the FBI is raiding is owned by this guy, okay? Follow with me. This is some Pepe Sylvia drawing lines here, but this is some wild ass fucking shit if you could draw the lines, okay? Bear with me. The FBI is raiding this property, looking for an object or objects related to an ongoing investigation, and the property is owned by
A Bay Area murder case with possible ties to the deadly shooting of a U.S. Border Patrol agent in Vermont. And both incidents are connected to a Bay Area group with extreme beliefs. Tonight, we're learning more about the one couple at the center of it all. Good evening. Thanks for being here. I'm Julian Glover.
And I'm Anna Dates. The man accused of killing his Vallejo landlord was in Solano County Court today.
ABC 7 News reporter Leslie Brinkley was there and explains how the suspect could be tied to last week's deadly shooting of that border agent in Vermont.
22-year-old Maximilian Snyder appeared before Judge Kaufman in Solano County Superior Court on Tuesday, facing a murder charge with 2 enhancements.
I told you, okay, let me try and break this down for you. So, on the same day that Trump is inaugurated, a border agent is murdered on the Canada border by German foreign nationals, okay? This is a lot to unpack. Bear with me. This is like a large...
This is Kent Brockman with a special bulletin. The Lincoln Squirrel has been assassinated. We'll stay with the story all night if we have
This is a Lincoln Squirrel level story, okay? A border agent is murdered, killed by German nationals on the Canada border on the same day Trump is elected. The guy... wait for it, who has ties to the tranny. It's weird, guys. This is the weirdest story that I feel like I've ever tried to unpack. Holy shit. So I don't even know where to begin. There's a border agent who's murdered. There's a tranny cult who's into vegan AI CEOs from Silicon Valley. Cats and dogs living together, targeted individuals. They were right all along. Mormon heaven is real. Nothing. Up is down.
He's accused of lying in wait and killing his 82-year-old Vallejo landlord, Curtis Lind, on January 17th. But investigators say Lind's death was connected to another attack on him back in 2022. Lind's family posted on GoFundMe saying Curtis was the victim of an unprovoked violent attack by 3 young adults on his Vallejo property. He miraculously survived being stabbed multiple times, had a sword impaled through his chest, and ultimately lost his right eye, according to the GoFundMe.
This poor old man, he's stabbed by fucking swords. He lost his eye. Swords will fucking cut you in ribbons.
According to the charging documents, Curtis, the victim, was a witness to a crime who was intentionally killed for the purpose of preventing his testimony in a criminal proceeding.
It's tragic, and it shakes the whole foundation of the criminal justice
this poor
system.
Old man with the horse
when a witness
cut to ribbons with a sword
is then murdered.
On a LinkedIn profile that appears to be connected to the suspect, Maximilian Snyder studied at a private school in Washington State and at the University of Oxford, even attending a Stanford coding camp one summer. Investigators are looking into a possible connection between Lynn's murder on January 17th and another murder in Vermont on January 20th involving Snyder's fiancée, Teresa Youngblood.
The connection is to a case in Vermont with a suspect named Teresa Youngblood. She's a 21-year-old, also from the same area.
So Teresa Youngblood, I don't know, quote unquote.
That ain't no woman.
It's a man.
Allegedly, I don't know. Fucking, this is all weird. It's like has a marriage license to this dude who murdered a dude and cut out his eye with a samurai sword, and then his property is raided by the FBI, and they're all related to a cult that has ties to CEOs in Silicon Valley. Like, I get it. You think Spirit's off his rocker? He's drunk again.
China. I know China very well. I know everybody in China.
But this isn't even about China. This is some weird ass fucking Zizian shit, and I don't even tranny ass fucking vegan cult.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
I don't know. That might be a man too. I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
Of Washington, charged in the fatal shooting death of a Border Patrol agent in Vermont last week. The connection there is that they had applied for a marriage license together in November in Washington. There appears to be some connections to a loosely affiliated group of people and ideology based out of the Bay Area with some interesting beliefs. We know they believe in veganism. They have a history of some violent incidents.
Snyder was shackled in court and did not.
Okay, let me explain. Let me break down what these people believe in. These Zizians, they believe in a nutshell that AI will destroy the world if it is not contained. It's a Pandora's box that will destroy humanity, and that the noble, enlightened few, the platonic, transgendered coders of Silicon Valley in their cuddle puddles with their weird Zizian cults, they will be the enlightened few who will lead the AI away from a Skynet future, okay? Are you with me so far? And all of this has to do with serial murders and a border agent being murdered by a maybe dude, a maybe woman, I don't know still. Yeah, brought to you by AIDS.
AIDS!
Speak. The defendant's attorney requested that the arraignment be postponed until February 6th. Meanwhile, Snyder is being held in custody with no bail. In Solano County, I'm Leslie Brinkley, ABC 7 News.
I get that this is a lot to try and break down. I get it. Oh, I get it. I'm not just... Look, I get it. I've turned to the most academic research. They've said
AIDS contains one of the most effective appetite suppressants you can buy, and AIDS contains no stimulant.
So why don't you let AIDS help you lose weight and keep it off?
AIDS helps you stay the way you want to be.
That's right. Get your AIDS. Buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven.
AIDS!
This is
Question:
the
why take
weirdest...
diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
AIDS and trannies and fucking trannies and AIDS. This is the weirdest fucking thing with an AI Skynet, AI God. I'm not making any of this up. This is why you come here, for schizophrenic, real news like this. I'm gonna try and break this down, okay? This is the most... This is the best I can do, okay? What the fuck?
How is a murder in Vallejo connected to the killing of a Border Patrol agent in Vermont, an elderly couple in Pennsylvania, and a fringe group in the Bay Area? I've been working with my colleagues at the Chronicle to make it all make sense for you. Let's go back to November 2019. A radical offshoot of the rationalist movement called the Zizians staged a protest against the Center for Applied Rationality while dressed in black robes and Guy Fawkes masks. Ziz, the group leader, who's also known as Jack Lasota, and 3 associates were arrested: Emma Borhanian, Gwen Danielson, and Alexander Leatham. Fast forward almost 2 years, Ziz and the associates file a federal lawsuit against Sonoma County, Westminster Woods, and the 2 deputies. They say they were wrongly arrested, abused, assaulted, and mocked for being transgender. In August of 2022, Ziz allegedly dies in a boating accident in San Francisco Bay, according to an obituary in a Fairbanks, Alaska newspaper. Then in November, Leatham, Borhanian, and Dow allegedly attack their Vallejo landlord, Curtis Lind, with one impaling him with a samurai sword through his chest. Lind shoots 2 of his assailants, killing Borhanian. Lind survives the attack, but is left blind in one eye. Leatham and Dow are charged with murder and attempted murder. A few months later, in Chester Heights, Pennsylvania, Richard Zatko and his wife Rita are found shot to death in their home. And Jack LaSota, the namesake of the Zizian movement, was arrested in the state as police investigated that crime.
I fucking told you also that it would be a fucking samurai sword. I called it. Spirit was right. Tranny fucking weebs with samurai swords. What? I get it. This is a lot to unpack. This is a Pepe Sylvia of connections. Tranny murder cults who want to resurrect AI Jesus. Stabbing old men with samurai swords because they're fucking tranny AI weebs. What? I'm not... All I'm saying is... You know what? You know what?
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
There you go. There you go. That's buymeacoffee.com/everyone involved in this story should die.
Indicating that Ziz was actually very much alive. Remember the federal lawsuit Ziz filed in 2021? That's now
that was a fun story that I almost skipped by. Yeah. I don't want to draw attention away from that. Yeah. But that was a fun story. So Ziz, the cult leader, Ziz, the tranny tech cult leader that they all follow, okay? Na Ziz.
Or na leader. Na leader.
Na leader. Na leader. Leader.
Batman! I mean, leader! I love the leader!
No, tranny. This fucking tranny Ziz dude fucking fakes his own death in a boating accident. Like I told you, this is weird. Like, hang in there. We're almost done.
And his wife Rita are found shot to death in her home. And Jack LaSota, the namesake of the Zizian movement, was arrested in the state as police investigated that crime, indicating that Ziz was actually very much alive. Remember the federal lawsuit Ziz filed in 2021? That's now dismissed because the plaintiffs are unwilling to pursue further action. In November of last year, Teresa Youngblood and Maximilian Snyder apply for a marriage license in Washington state. It's unclear if they ever got married. The couple went to high school together in Seattle and studied computer science at prestigious universities. We'll get back to them in a second.
Okay. Okay. So Teresa Youngblood, I don't know, man, maybe not, man.
That ain't no woman. It's a man.
I legitimately don't know, but they're fucking tranny weirdos.
Could Homer Simpson be a communist? His father spoke out on his behalf.
My Homer is not a communist. He may be a liar, a pig, an idiot, a communist, but he is not a porn star.
Okay, so Teresa Youngblood has a marriage license. I know this is all weird and fucking complicated and Pepe Sylvia, but has a marriage license to this dude who basically like allegedly murdered a bunch of people. And like Warden Gordon said, samurai swords, weeaboo anime freaks, not even once. And they, okay, and this is a lot to unpack. And so Teresa Youngblood, the man, maybe not man, like is involved with another guy who's a German national who murders a border patrol agent. And they're all related to a fucking cult called the Zizians, who's led by a guy named Ziz, who may or may not be alive, who died in a fake boating accident.
What's going on here is some kind of
Magic. The darkest magic. My soul swims in it, scattered across time.
Like, where else are you gonna hear about this story? I'm trying to break it down. There's a lot of moving parts. Where else are you gonna hear this? Guys, buymeacoffee.com/moveseven. Let me ask you a question.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
It's with these German nationals could have used some AIDS so they weren't so jittery and popping up rounds and killing border patrol agents. This is all so weird, and then it ties back to cults that are related to sex cults that are in the Bay Area, in San Francisco, led by CEOs of Silicon. Like, this is a giant fucking AIDS.
On January 17th, 2025, Curtis Lind, the Vallejo landlord, is attacked and stabbed yet again. This time, Lind dies from his injuries. We talked to a man who works at an auto body shop across the street from where the crime happened. Here's what he said of the gruesome killing.
El señor, Mr. Cortins, se bajó de su carro y él llegó y lo abrazó por atrás y lo empezó a apuñalar. Algunos muchachos vieron y trataron a ayudarle y el muchacho se regresó nuevamente a seguirlo apuñalando. Apuñalando y le cortó el cuello.
Lind was set to provide key testimony in the upcoming trial against his 2019 attackers. On January 20th, Youngblood, the supposed newlywed, and a German national, Felix Bauchholt, also known as Ophelia, are driving near the Vermont-Canada border. They're pulled over for an immigration check. Youngblood allegedly shoots an officer and a shootout ensues. Border agent David Mayland and Bauchholt are killed. Youngblood is arrested and faces 2 weapons charges. Investigators say Youngblood had been in frequent contact with a person of interest in the Vallejo murder case who had also been detained in the Pennsylvania double homicide. The day after the border shootout, an alert is issued calling Michelle Zadko a person of interest in the killing of border agent Mayland and seeks info on Zadko's purchase of firearms. Michelle is also listed in another law enforcement bulletin as a person of interest in the Pennsylvania double slaying. Michelle's name is listed on legal notices regarding the estates of Richard and Rita. Maximilian Snyder, meanwhile, is arrested by Vallejo police in Reading. He's a suspect in the Lind murder. He's booked in Solano County Jail without bail on murder charges, with prosecutors alleging that he killed Lind to keep him from testifying. Snyder appears in court for an arraignment, which is ultimately pushed back to February 6th because his lawyer is out of the country. We're still trying to connect the dots, and a lot of questions remain, but be sure to follow our reporting at sfchronicle.com.
Yeah, and if any fucking updates roll in, you know you're gonna find them here. buymeacoffee.com/moose7. Like, I ain't fucking...
Well, I don't know what he's up to. He's picking me like chicken, shucking me like corn, stewing me like an oyster. I mean, he ain't put nothing down but air.
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to tell you about Zizian fucking vegan death cults led by Silicon Valley CEOs.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Who may or may not be responsible for serial murders around the country, and then somebody involved with them murdered a border. Like, it's a lot to unpack. Too much for tonight. I don't think we're gonna get to the bottom of this evening. But you've all been a wonderful audience. I get it. This is a fucking Pepe Sylvia. My brain hurts. This Zizian stuff has me fucking.
Well, now I've seen everything.
I asked myself, what would David Carradine do? And guys, that's why I think finally tonight we should all follow in the steps of Kung Fu legend David Carradine. We have seen things we cannot unsee. Rubik's Cubes we cannot unsolve.
Don't you know another tune? Get out of here!
Now, before we call it a night, before you shut off this program.
This show ain't no good.
We've been through the Black Lodge of just craziness, of Zizian craziness. Like, David Lynch died weeks ago, and yet here we are struggling through a Twin Peaks in real life of who killed Laura Palmer. I feel like we need to decompress. We need to decompress. It's the end of the week. It's been a difficult week. I don't know about you, but it's been a difficult week. We need to decompress, end this week in the right way. And before we all head off to our nooses, in our dirty garages like David Carradine for the evening, before we all head off to our inevitable demise, one last respite for the traveler, for the weary traveler. I give you guys, what if I were to tell you, last thing for the evening, let's visit a Victorian British pub. A Victorian British pub.
Quiet, almost looks as if those birds are real. And yes, we've left Madame Field's studio. We're now in a butcher's shop. Surely. But once more, it's hard to distinguish between a clever imitation and reality. Lovely grub. This certainly looks a well-stocked butcher's, only it isn't a butcher's shop at all. It's part of the restaurant in a famous riverside inn. The idea is you choose your meat and they sell you your dinner by weight. You pick the cut you want, tell them how hungry you feel, or work out how much you feel like paying, and they cook it for you before your very eyes. The greengrocery department works the same way. At Easter, Jack Mallandane, the butcher, goes off for a long summer holiday, and his butcher's shop becomes a cold buffet. But for the rest of the year, this is the fare they serve up at Oxford's Trout Inn, the hostelry that was built as the guest house of a nunnery 100 years before the first Oxford colleges began to rise. They've catered for wayfarers here at this picture book inn for 800 years. There are real, live, lovely trout in the river here, so fat and so tame that they'll feed from your hand. So catching these particular trout is reckoned a crime. But there's fish in plenty, and such things are smoked a matter of course to the students of good food who frequent this historic institution. There's another ancient custom zealously kept alive here, where so many eager scholars come to learn new things and meditate. Some say the most important process they learnt at the university was mulling their ale. The Trout Inn has etched itself into the memory of generations of Oxford men. But not only scholars make up its company. Harry Worth and Peter Butterworth first became customers when they played Oxford in pantomime. If this is a seat of learning, they said, carve us a good thick slice off that venerable seat. Now, play the game. Remember, you're ordering your steak by weight. There's a tradition of decent sportsmanship in this pub.
Decent sportsmanship, that's what I say. If you don't like the British cuisine, there's something wrong with you, mate. That's what I'll say. What the fuck? How did British cuisine become bland? I don't...
What have I done to deserve this flat, flavorless Manhattan?
In comparison to what? Italian food? Like, when you're drunk, when you've been drinking at the pub all day because your life is shit because you work at a fucking factory in Manchester... And all day long you have to fight saying, don't touch me petrol. And all you want at the end of the day is a pint. And for the blokes to not touch your petrol. What, you want fucking lasagna? What, you Garfield? What? Fuck you. Fuck you. I ain't even British and I'll defend this shit. Fuck you. If you've been spending a day working all day at the factory, what the fuck you want? You want fucking lasagna, Garfield? Fuck you. No, you get beans and toast, you fucking cunt. No, you get beans and toast and you get fucking bangers and mash, you fucking orange cat. Fuck you, you sod. You fucking wanker. You won't fucking... Oh, look at me. I'm the fucking Queen of England. I want fucking spices in me. Fuck you. Fuck you. You get bland fucking British food because you worked at the fucking factory all day long and you worked your fingers to the fucking bone. Since you were 9 years old, because you need your tiny hands to work in the factories, because the tiny hands to mill the cotton. We're talking about hard Dickensian times. Fuck you and your fucking bourgeoisie. I want me spice curry. Oh, this bland British food. Oh, it's just meat and potatoes. Fuck you then. Apparently you never heard of the Trout fucking Inn. If you all in Oxford, it's still open. If you're in the Oxford area. It's still open. The Trout Inn. Book your reservation today. Tell them Moose Heaven sent you. It's the kind of place that Jimmy Brown would hang out.
The important thing is to see that the other fellow hasn't gone and got that extra heavy steak you ordered. That's what you've got to watch. And look here, he has. The orders have been mixed. We must swap back. No trouble. Well, the landlord, Keith Mackenzie, will tell you their Oxford education's in its infancy.
You fucking pompous wankers with your fucking... You think that this is luxury? Luxury! While we grew up in a shoebox in Manchester. And every day me father would beat us and feed us gravel. Every day we'd wish for beans and toast. We'd say, oh dear God, oh, heavenly Saint Michael, heavenly Virgin Mary, please do bequeath us the beans and toast. That's all we ask for. Give us this, our daily beans and toast. Me father feeds me gravel every day as we live in our shoebox of a home in Manchester. It's all I could ever hope for. And you fucking pompous wankers with all of your petrol. Oh, look at me, I've got all of me petrol in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Oh, look at me with all of me petrol. Holding me petrol. I'm just saying. If you're in the Oxford area, the Trout Inn is still open. Make your reservation today. Tell them Spirit sent you. And most importantly, in the pursuit of truth, trust nobody and everybody. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. You bloody wankers have been awesome. Fuck you all. I'll see you next week. What would David Carradine do?
My name is Jimmy Brown, but
name of this song is I'm Quitting Prozac to Continue Drinking. A pill in one hand, a bottle in the other. I want to feel happy, but I just feel smothered. Prozac was supposed to ease the pain, but all it's done is melted my brain. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I know it's not healthy, but it's what I need to drown out the voices and the thoughts that won't leave. The doctors told me I shouldn't mix, and they were right because I feel like shit. Rashes and scratching and mini seizures, headaches, nausea and relentless fever. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I know it's not healthy, but it's what I need to drown out the voices and the thoughts that won't leave. They said Prozac and alcohol were a dangerous combination, so I'll choose booze as my main medication. They gave me all of these SSRIs, and now all I want to do is die. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I'm quitting all this Prozac, 'cause that's the thing that makes me feel like crap. I'm quitting Prozac 'cause I want it all. I just want to drink alcohol. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude this part of the entertainment with a brand new song sung here in Chicago for the first time on any stage by myself and company. The Camptown ladies sing this song. The Camptown racetrack 5 miles long. I come down there with my hat caved in. I go back home with a pocket full of tin. Wind to run all night, wind to run all day. I bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay. The long tail filly and the big black horse. They fly the track and they both cut across. The blind horse sticking in a big mud hole. Can't touch bottom with a 10-foot pole. Wind to run all night, wind to run all day. I bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay.